Is it time?
It is time for us to do what we have been doing, and that time is every day.
We'll see what happens. We'll know in a very short period of time, but it looks like it could be something that will be not good. Believe me, not good.
I am a dissident.
Don't move. Move.
I'm saying no. Why you hear Palantir, 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 Palantir? It's not going to be stopped.
Seriously, we need to release the Epstein list.
Turns off.
I am not a church boy.
Turns off.
They're full-on vampires.
They hate our beef. They hate our beef. They hate our beef because our beef is beautiful and theirs is weak.
Not good. Believe me, not good.
Hello, dissidents. Welcome, one and all, to a special Tuesday evening election night edition of the Do Dissidents podcast. Keaton Weiss here with Russell Dobular, of course.
Hello.
How is everybody doing tonight? I was telling Russell, it's the first time I've worn a hat on the show in a while, but I just got this hat today. It's a Snoopy hat. See, it's Snoopy with a fall jacket. I figure Snoopy could be the new code for Islamo-communism. You know how they made Pepe the Frog the code for white nationalism? Right. I feel like we can make Snoopy the unofficial face of Islamo-communism starting today.
I don't know. Given his checkered Red Baron past, he's probably a more appropriate symbol for fascism.
Yeah, exactly.
It probably fits a little better. I don't know, man. It starts with the hat. Then you start wearing a tracksuit. Before you know it, you're writing articles about how Barry Weiss gave the establishment their comeuppance.
Yeah,
I don't know if you want to go down that road, man.
That's true. It is a dangerous road. I didn't even realize I was wearing it until right before we started the countdown. Maybe I'll keep it on. We got a great crowd in here to start the show tonight. 1,086 strong in the YouTube chat, 460 over on Rumble. Smash that like button. Let's get an even bigger crowd in here tonight. We're going to bring on Cool Blue from time to time throughout the evening. One of our longtime dissident fans and supporters, Cool Blue, is also a very skilled and knowledgeable political student, I would say, a lifelong student of the game and an expert on the game.
That's what I love, man. That's what I love. Just a normal person who knows his shit.
Knows his shit. That's right. He's got all the data at his fingertips. He joined us as our sort of data man almost 1 year ago to the day. I think November 5th was the election last year. It's been 1 year since that fateful evening. But Cool Blue will be joining us from time to time to crunch some numbers with us, because we are, of course, going to be going over election results as they come in. We got three big races, and yes, Russell is dancing in the end zone before the clock runs out. You're risking jinxing it there, but yes, Russell's got his Zionist Tears mug.
I mean, really, we should offer that as a product, not with masking tape, for real.
Yeah, for real. Exactly. Yeah. For real. Could be a big night for that. We will have to wait and see. But thanks everybody very much for being here. Three big races to watch: the Virginia governor's race, the New Jersey governor's race, and of course, at 9 p.m. Eastern, the polls close in New York City. That is the marquee matchup of the night. Zara Mamdani versus Cuomo and Sliwa. So we have other segments that we'll be doing throughout the night. We will be going back and forth between segments, super chats, and game breaks to give you guys the latest numbers out of these different elections. But first, why don't we jump right in and let everybody know what is going on in the Commonwealth of Virginia. So the Virginia governor's race It's Abigail Spanberger versus Winsome Earl Sears. That's right. The Virginia governor's race pits former Representative Abigail Spanberger, a centrist Democrat with a strong electoral record, against Winsome Earl Sears, the state's Republican lieutenant governor. The state's off-year governor races are often closely watched, and this year's
minor
election...
character in To Kill a Mockingbird.
What's that?
And minor character in To Kill a Mockingbird.
Yeah. The state's off-year governor races are often closely watched, and this year's election may deliver some opposition to President Trump, particularly in suburbs of Washington where the president's layoffs of federal workers have hit home. Now, granted, most of those workers tend to vote Democrat anyway, but there might be a spike in turnout for this reason. Since they got nothing else to do, they're not working. Ms. Earl Sears has struggled to gain fundraising traction and has consistently trailed in the polls, giving Democrats a chance to regain the governor's seat. The current governor, Glenn Youngkin, a Republican, cannot run again, as the state prohibits governors from serving consecutive terms. That's right.
Oh, really? Even two?
One term. Yeah. So you can't serve two in a row as governor of Virginia. A woman has never been elected as governor in Virginia, so that barrier will be broken, whoever wins. Well, that's terrific news. That's tremendous. I mean, it's already a great night. You guys all must be so excited about that. You know, it's a shame if only Hillary Clinton had just run for the Virginia governor. She could have, broken her glass ceiling and never run for president and never ushered in this dystopian world that we live in now.
It's like no matter who loses, the people win tonight.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Ms. Spanberger, 46, is a former congresswoman and one-time CIA operative with a history of winning tough races. Before entering politics, she investigated international terrorism. So she's basically like the woman from Homeland. Who's the actor who plays what's her name? Claire Danes? Yeah.
Claire Danes, that's right.
Basically, Claire Danes against Winsome Earl Sears. A moderate known for bucking party leadership, she rose to Congress by capturing a conservative Central Virginia district in 2018 and then held the seat in two competitive re-election races. She gave up her House seat to run for governor. Miss Earl Sears, the lieutenant governor, is a socially conservative Marine veteran. While she said her party should move on from Trump before the Republican primaries in 2024, she is now a staunch supporter of the president, a strong opponent of same-sex marriage. Wow, really sticking to her guns as a social conservative, and supporter of gun rights. Ms. Earl Sears has run previous unsuccessful races for House and Senate seats. Mr. Trump has called her an excellent candidate for governor. Now, Spanberger, yes, she is a former CIA operative. She is as establishment as it gets. And even in the 11th hour of this campaign, when asked about Zohran Mamdani, she thought it necessary to throw as much shade as possible. So here's Ken Klippenstein. Abigail Spanberger takes a swipe at Mamdani, saying maybe he should be a Democrat and that his campaign promises are dishonest. Then maybe, she said, he should be a Democrat, acknowledging when pressed that Mamdani is in fact the Democratic nominee. Yeah, that's the thing. He is a Democrat. Spanberger said that for all the talk, including from within the Democratic Socialists of America itself, about the DSA's growing power, she doesn't see democratic socialism on the rise. She argues there's a level of dishonesty in some of the big promises Mamdani is making that she worries could hurt the Democrats with voters long term, saying the reason she doesn't have a Mamdani-style proposal for government-run grocery stores is because I could never pass it. So that gives you an idea of who she is. She is pretty awful. And, Virginia is really the last state where a Democrat like Abigail Spanberger would be viable because, as was mentioned in the Times article, a lot of the Democrats' support in Virginia now comes from those northern suburbs. So they're basically people who work in D.C., basically career PMC politicos who tend to vote Democrat, who now really populate those northern D.C. suburbs like Fairfax County, Loudoun County, places like that. And so Spanberger is really cut from that cloth. And so if there is one state where someone like Spanberger would still be viable, it is Virginia. If you look at a race like New Jersey, it's considerably closer. Sherrill is still favored to win, but Mikey Sherrill is the same kind of Democrat as Spanberger, and she's having a significantly tougher time because New Jersey is not Virginia. So Virginia is really the last place for this breed of like deep state operative shit lib is going to be viable. And that's why she is pretty heavily favored. And the interesting thing about tonight in Virginia is that it was Virginia 2021. That governor's race really marked the beginning of the anti-woke backlash. That was the Loudoun County year where there was that uprising of parents, who were basically voting Republican in protest of school choice and school curriculum and parents' rights. And you had a very entrenched establishment Democrat there, Terry McAuliffe, long time Clinton bagman and ally. I mean, he is as, entrenched Virginia Democrat power machine as it gets. And he lost to Glenn Youngkin, who was a fairly obscure candidate at the time, even as Virginia had gone blue in so many presidential cycles leading up to that. And so that really kind of shocked the country at the time. And that was really the harbinger of things to come when it came to this whole anti-woke backlash. Well, 4 years out from that, it looks like tonight is going to be the beginning of the anti-woke backlash in Virginia as well. That is what the numbers seem to predict. We do have some results here. So we're going to go to the board. Let's take a look right now. I'm going to go to the NBC screen because they have exit polls too. So that'll be kind of fun. We'll get to chew on some of that as well as the results. All right. So let's take a look. Let's make sure we got everything on the screen here. Beautiful. All right. So there we go. Just 2% in.
Yeah.
But Spanberger up by a little less than 10. And if you can see here, most of the counties that have come in are the fairly red rural counties. Where Spanberger is going to do the best is up here in the north. Loudoun County. Where's Fairfax? Fairfax is somewhere up here. I can't find it on the map right now, but it's somewhere up there. Cool Blue will find it for me. Arlington. These are the DC suburbs. These are going to be where the Democrats run up the margins. And so far, she is up by about 10. The exit polls look fairly strong for Spanberger. She's winning 45% of the male vote, according to the exit polls, which is pretty high for a Democrat, especially a Democrat woman, especially a filthy woman, winning 45% of the vote. Females, 61-37. Well, hey, she's the CIA girl boss, right? How could they not vote for her, right? She's winning 45% of the white vote, 90% of the black vote, 64% of the Hispanic vote, and 61% of the Asian vote. So if you look at the Asian vote, this was the big surprise of 2021. The Asians turned out big for Youngkin that year because of the school choice and the school selection. This year seems to be the opposite. This seems to have reverted to the norm where the Asians vote overwhelmingly Democrat.
If there is one race where you can say with a fair amount of certainty that culture decided the race, it was the Virginia governor's race.
Yes.
Back when he still did actual reporting, Matt Taibbi did a great series on Loudoun County. And it was just absolute culture war freakishness coming from the worst elements of that social justice, so-called social justice left, and spending millions of dollars on consultants to tell you, you have to have kids start ratting each other out for being racist. Just absolutely batshit insane. But I think what you're seeing now is drunk with power. The Trumpists are the freaks now. They're the freaks. Look,
yes.
she's running on opposition to gay marriage, and at the same exact time, look, they might not admit it openly because they don't want to alienate certain parts of their base. The Democrats have definitely been chastened. You don't hear them talking that kind of shit now about how we have to install anti-racist commissars in the public schools. You're not hearing that anymore. They backed off on that. And that's really all they have to do, because the other side at this point is every bit as freakish as they ever were.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And that's what power does to you. I mean, we've talked a lot about how MAGA has just gone completely mask off since taking power, to the point where now you have people like painting themselves in blackface the night before food stamps expire and thinking that that's going to look good. Like you're going
Right.
to win elections with that. You're going to be
Fucking
trusted with power by most people with that
Boebert
shit. Yeah.
dressed up in Halloween
Yeah.
as a Mexican and went out with her husband as an ICE agent,
Her
or
boyfriend,
her
her boy
boyfriend
toy.
as an ICE agent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like you really think that is a good look to normal people?
Right.
It's not.
That
It's
that
not.
is every bit as freakish as anything the woke brigades ever came up with to normal
Yeah,
people.
and in context, it's more freakish, given that ICE is out there shooting people,
Right.
and
Yeah.
there was a fucking video that just came across the feed. We're gonna do some more ICE stories on Thursday of this guy who's just doing landscaping in like the Chicago suburb, just a landscaper who was a brown guy, looked like he was,
Right.
Mexican,
Yeah.
Central American, whatever. He was an American citizen. Like he was not even an immigrant. They put handcuffs on him and made him prove who he was before they let him go. He's an American citizen. Like, come on. Like, it's insane. For so many of these people who were radicalized during COVID, and I'm not saying you shouldn't have been radicalized to an extent during COVID. That was a taste of what life could be like with the government's boot on your neck. But put things in perspective, man. You were asked to wear a mask in a grocery store. Imagine a guy came up to you in full military gear and a gun and put cuffs on you. And so we're not letting you go until you can prove who you are if you're an American citizen.
Right.
Like, think of that. Think of that. So given the context, yeah, it strikes the average person, I believe, as more threatening. Much more. Much more. And that is, I think, what you're going to see tonight in some of these results and moving into next year. That is why the road to next year's midterms is going to be a very, very tumultuous road. I do not wish for this,
Yep.
but I think you're going to see mass civil unrest and a strategy of tension
You
and
are.
overdrive.
Well,
Yeah.
because they're going to see that they're going to be swept out of power, and they really, really, really do not believe in democracy at all, not even in the bare minimum norms and guardrails way. Like they literally do not believe in it. They see themselves on a mission, and it is a mission to reshape society as something that is really post democracy. They are setting out to create this techno feudalist world of Curtis Yarvin's imaginings. And if that's how you're thinking, well, you pull out all the stops. You pull out all the stops to subvert the election. And they have a national police force now. I'm going to make a prediction. It is in the lead up to those midterms that you see the first time that they actually overtly turn ICE against Americans and give them policing duties.
Well, it would not at all surprise me to see like ICE patrolling polling places, right?
That's what
Things
I'm
like
saying.
that. You know what
We
I mean?
have to
Yeah.
send out ICE to protect our elections.
Right.
Yep.
So that the illegals
Yep.
don't vote. Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly. Now, there is another interesting thing here. So the attorney general's race here, you could see Jason Miyares leading the Democrat Jay Jones. The Democrat Jay Jones got in a lot of trouble, and he should have dropped out because there were text messages where he joked about how he wanted to see, his opponent's children die. And that is,
right.
we put together a lot tonight, so I didn't have time to really dig into that. But I said at the time he should have withdrawn because,
Of
look,
course.
I'm sorry. Like, look, if you're running for office and that was a stupid thing you said a few years ago, okay, like that's bad, but I wouldn't necessarily clutch my pearls and compel you to drop out. But you are running for attorney general. You are seeking prosecutorial power over people. Your job as attorney general is to basically ruin people's lives. And so, given that you're seeking the power to imprison people, I do think those kinds of things are disqualifying, and he should have withdrawn. And as you can see, it looks like so far you have the makings of a split decision. Obviously, we're going to have to keep on this. The results are still very, very early, only 6% in, so we will have to excuse me, monitor those results as they come in and keep you guys updated. All right, why don't we take some super chats?
All right. All right, we have a new member, Sweet and Savory. Is that a couples act there? I think from the picture, it's
Yeah.
two people on that membership. Michael Castillo, yo. Good evening, gentlemen. Dick Cheney has passed away at 84.
That's
Halliburton and KBR were built on the lives of Americans. I hope he's boiling in human excrement. Well, you know who doesn't? Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
Kamala
she
Harris
wished him well.
thought the best thing to do in the middle of her rehabilitation tour was to write a very warm message praising his years of public service.
It was interesting. I thought it might never happen. I thought he may have been the Antichrist. I thought he might never die. But turns out he's not the Antichrist.
What one of my friends posted, I didn't believe he was human.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think a lot of us felt that way.
Yeah, it is a significant news event in that way.
Okay. Heavy snack. Tonight's results will give boomers a large swath of Gen X and the $7,000 millennials a taste of what a real mandate is. We hope so. We hope so. The Xers, I mean, you're right. It's a large swath. They tend to split down the middle politically. Like
Right.
half of them are very boomer and half of them are more not in their
Right.
politics. Castillo, yo, you need to keep Elon's chainsaw soundbite in the new intro. We will. It's in there. Free Palestine and fuck Dick Cheney. Damn right. Hongyan learned that Snoopy is unusually popular in China. I think I knew that.
Huh.
I think I knew that.
Based. Nice.
Yassine Miller gifted a Due Dissidence membership.
Thank you, Yassine.
That's what we call spreading the misery.
That's
We
awesome.
call misery loves company.
All right, I'll come back in. Nocturnal Human says, no matter who you vote for, Dick Cheney is dead. That's right. Thank you, Nocturnal Human. Vienticus Prime says, everything's a scam, everything's a lie, everything's hypocrisy, and so I don't comply. Happy Choose a Better Oppressor Day, everyone. Thank you, Vienticus Prime. All right, Cool Blue, if you're there, I'm going to let you in just a couple minutes. We're going to do another segment, but if you could please look up for me the Loudoun County results from 2024, and if you can get them for 2021, that would be great too. Excuse me. Because we have Loudoun some pretty substantial Loudoun County numbers in, and I would love to weigh those against 2024 and 2021. So you'll have a few minutes to grab those because we'll do another segment here. All right, folks, of course, election night is happening against the backdrop of Donald Trump's worst poll numbers to date. New CNN poll, 37% approval rating with a whopping 63% disapproval. That is about as dire as it gets. Trump's approval rating hits a record low of 37. Let's take a look at the video here.
It's at 37%. That is a low mark in this term for Donald Trump. His disapproval is at 63%. That's a high mark for his entire time as president, first and second term combined. I will say Democrats and independents fleeing him, of course. Republicans still with him, which is why we'll see him doing these tele-rallies tonight for the Republican candidates for governor. Take a look over the course of this year. You'll see down here, mid-February, late February, he was at 47-48% approval. That was a honeymoon period after the election. He's now been steadily going down all year long. Why? One of the reasons why, it seems, is that the American people think he's gone too far when using presidential power. 61% say so, way up from February. And deporting undocumented immigrants, 57% of Americans in this poll, John, say that he has gone too far in doing that. And in fact, he said just the opposite on 60 Minutes last night.
You know, David, a great man called this poll sort of a mood ring for the country. And it does seem that voters are saying they're in a pretty bad mood.
They are. It's a
all right, gentlemen. We will do the color commentary here. We don't need you for that. Just
no, we do not.
All right, that's why people tune in. So people watch us and not you.
In theory.
But yeah, but if you look into the economic numbers, obviously this is another major weakness. 61% of voters think Trump has made the economy worse. Oh, why? Because of the tariffs that we had no business imposing and did not prepare for the consequences of whatsoever. Interesting.
By key demographics. Independents, 67, so 2/3 of independents think that Trump has made the economy worse. Those younger voters that David talked about, almost 2/3 as well. People of color, almost 3/4. Non-college voters, which is a key part of his coalition, very high also, and same with when you look at people making less than $50,000 a year.
So just absolutely dreadful economic numbers across the board. Now you could say this is an outlier. It's really not much of an outlier. If you look, 7 of the last 12 major polls have him, double digits in the red. You had, one poll here, -18, -13, -14, -12. If you look at a graphic representation of that, just the way that red and black opening up, just have like a giant birth canal opening up right there, just ready to push a baby out. See, I was just widening and widening and widening. It just kind of keeps getting worse. Independence, obviously, this is where elections are won and lost. 28% approval rating among independents, now down 15% from last February. And overall economic conditions, 28% good, 72% poor. These are the numbers of a lame duck president. And this is before, by the way, the shit has even come close to hitting the fan. We haven't even seen, forget about the shit having hit the fan. That's going to come after the midterms when the Medicaid cuts come in. See, they were so cynical and so evil that they wrote the big, beautiful bill such that the Medicaid cuts wouldn't hit in full force until after the midterms. But you are going to start seeing premiums increase next year. You're going to start seeing a lot of economic pain in the country next year, which means that these numbers are likely to get worse from here. And, according to reporting, Trump is very concerned about the midterms, which makes next year a very dangerous year in terms of stoking civil unrest. And, God knows what tricks people have up their sleeves. But, when you look at what they are doing right now and what the forecast is, it's like, did it ever occur to you to just maybe like not make people's lives so much worse? We're talking about having to choose between healthcare cuts and food stamp cuts as we've just bailed out Argentina to the tune of $40 billion. And they were litigating all kinds of, Jimmy did a good segment on the Snap last night. There's some kind of bureaucratic bullshit that they're trying to work out about feeding school lunches versus SNAP. Okay, so you're telling us we have to kind of balance the books between school lunches and SNAP benefits, but we can send $40 billion to Argentina. Like, if you step back and you take a big picture view, that explains a lot of these numbers. Like, and it was pretty obvious from jump how this was going to go. But I've really not seen an administration squander their mandate the way they have in this little time.
It's because this is who they are. They are Nazi fascist pigs. That is not an overstatement. Stephen Miller is a Nazi. He's a Nazi. Elon Musk and all of these people, Peter Thiel, David Sachs, they all have ties to South Africa. Why is that? Why is that? These people want a world where people get gradually used to settling for less, and in place of material security, they give them some false sense of belonging or strength or pride. It's the old fascist playbook. They're going to tell you you're a real man for embracing their ideology and for not complaining about how shitty your life is becoming. It doesn't work on most people, but as has often been pointed out, usually revolutions are driven by a minority of the population. It's very rare. Most people just want to keep their heads down and raise their families. Like, most people don't get engaged in politics like that. It doesn't necessarily take a lot of fascists to overturn a country. If you look at poll after poll, like the polls you're showing, It's not that most Americans are fascists. It's not that most Americans respond positively to this. A minority of Americans eat it up with a spoon. And those are the Americans who you're going to have to worry about going into the midterms, as you're saying. Are we going to get false flags? I wouldn't put it past these people. Anyone who hasn't, you should go take a look at Curtis Yarvin. Take a look at his writings about government and society. This is what they're trying to do. And yeah, Trump's never read that. You know who has? Vance. Vance is their man on the inside, helping to execute that plan and keeping an eye on everything. They do not, they are using these culture wars, and particularly immigrants, as a way to keep working people distracted until they've built such a surveillance and police state that they can't fight against it. By the time they realize what the trap is, the trap's sprung and they can't break out of it anymore.
Yeah, and I think Trump is, I think Trump does sincerely worry about his numbers. I think he's a simple enough guy at the point where he worries about that. And, when you look at his interview on ABC, where he seemed genuinely insistent that Kilmar Abrego Garcia had the digits MS13 on his fingers, it is not inconceivable to think that he is just living in a bubble where he just absorbs lie after lie after lie from his advisors. You remember Stephen Miller said, no, we won the Supreme Court case 9-0. If he believed that the guy had the tattoos on his finger, then he believed Stephen Miller when Stephen Miller told him that. Right. So you have an emperor with no clothes surrounded by, very, very Machiavellian people. It is a dangerous recipe. Absolutely. But I think when you look at these numbers and you look at now coming out of tonight, you got 1 year to go to these midterms. It is going to be, I think, a very difficult year. And I don't say that because I want it to happen. I would love for everything to go smoothly. But things get scary when people in power get desperate. And, so far, indications are that this is a pretty desperate situation for them to be in, assuming all goes smoothly and there's fair play. Right. And that's why that's a big assumption to make.
Take a look at these fruitcakes. Take a look at Crazy Eyes Cash. Take a look at Streetcar Named Desire, Pam Bondi over there. And you tell me these are people who believe in the peaceful transfer of power. Do you think they believe in that? They do not.
All right, we're going to go back to the board here. All right, Cool Blue, I'm going to let you in. Cool Blue, welcome, Cool Blue, everybody. All right, we're going to go back to the board here. All right, Cool Blue, I'm going to let you in. Cool Blue, you got to turn your echo off. Hold on one second. We're going to go back to Cool Blue, you got to turn your volume down or something. All right, Cool Blue, I'm going to let you in. Cool Blue, you got to turn your
hold on. We can hear the delay here.
Cool Blue, you got to turn your volume down. All right, Cool Blue, you got to turn. I can hear myself because I can hear the delay coming through. I have your echo cancellation on, so that shouldn't have been an issue, but it was. So see if you can work that out. Thank you, though. Appreciate it. Let's see. Can we do this again? Hey, Cool Blue?
No Blue. Sound from coming in for me.
What? Cool Blue says no sound, so now you can't hear us? All right. It was working pretty good before. All right, see if you can figure that out.
What happened?
Yeah, it was working great before we did a tech check and everything. All right, well, the Virginia governor's race now 57.4 for Spanberger. Winsome Earls here is 42.4. As you can see, the northern Virginia suburbs starting to come in now. So Loudoun County now 64-36 for Spanberger. We'll see if we can get Cool Blues tech worked out so we can get the numbers from 2021. But obviously, that is huge Democratic gains from 2021, where Loudoun County was really the deciding factor that tipped the scales to the Republican, Glenn Youngkin. And then in Fairfax County, you have pretty much what you expect to see there. Democrats running up the margins there. We'll have to get a sort of turnout estimate, but 73-27. And then Arlington County, that's another big Democrat stronghold, 80-20 for Spanberger. So she is pulling away now as those numbers come in. And out here, you still have votes. These tend to be smaller counties. If you look at Chesterfield County, 57 to 43. Chesterfield County reported margin here, Dems plus 15, Dems plus 16. This was Democrat plus 9 in 2024. So you can see they're kind of outpacing, not by a tremendous amount, but they are outpacing 2024 in Chesterfield County. And if you look at the early voting margin, Democrats plus 32, election day Democrats plus 2.4, mail-in plus 57. So yeah, it's looking pretty good for Claire Danes in Virginia. So, yeah, that I expect will probably be called fairly quickly. Then we're going to go and look at the Attorney General's race over there. So let's take a look at this screen. Much closer, but I believe as of now, the Democrat has pulled ahead 52-47. So it's significantly closer because of the kind of scandals surrounding that campaign. But for now, the Democrat hanging on by a decent margin, not a comfortable margin, but a decent margin so far, 3 points. So that is definitely close. That is definitely up in the air. But the governor's race seems to be going as expected. All right, let's see if Cool Blue, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Cool Blue? No.
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
No, not on my phone.
I can hear something going on. Are you able to access it from a
because he has
computer?
his computer. Yeah, he's hearing it through there.
Oh, now I'm hearing it from my TV.
Oh, okay. Do you have a computer?
Oh, now I'm hearing it from my TV.
Are you able to connect headphones to your TV? That would be winning.
Yeah, what I have is I have a tablet. I have Apple stuff. I have iPhone and iPad.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, here, can you just tell us the numbers while we have you, even though it'll be a little bit of an echo? Can you tell us the numbers from Loudoun County in 2021 and 2024? Can you just tell us the numbers while we have you, even though it'll be a little bit of an echo? Can you tell us the numbers from Loudoun County in 2021? Oh, I have to wait until
Okay, 2021 Virginia governor in Loudoun County.
It's like the Black Lodge.
It was... Okay, 2021 Virginia governor in Loudoun County. The Black Lodge. It was a margin of D plus 11.08.
Okay, so that was D plus 11. Okay, so now it's D plus 30 something, right? So that makes sense. That definitely makes sense. That definitely tracks. Okay, I'll go back in here. Yeah, Loudoun County right now for Spanberger is plus 28. So up, tracking 17 points ahead of 2021. So yeah, that's a significant gain as we expected. All right, Cool Blue. See if you can figure out something where you could just listen from your if you could connect headphones to your sound source and then just talk to us. We might be able to work that out, or just plug headphones in to your iPad, like whatever you're listening on. If you plug headphones in, you should be fine. Just turn your TV off.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. The way to do it would just be to turn the TV off and just join via StreamYard, and then just plug headphones into your device. All right, we'll come back to you shortly. All right, thanks to Cool Blue. Round of applause for Cool Blue for helping us out tonight. Great crowd in here. We have 2299 strong in the YouTube chat. And 700 likes. We also have a great Rumble crowd in here. We might be featured on Rumble. We might have been homepage tonight. We have 1,979 over on Rumble. Terrific Rumble crowd. So smash that follow button over on Rumble. We are looking at an overall crowd right now of about 5,000.
They heard we were giving away MREs.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah. Special election night special for MREs. That's right. All right. Jersey polls close in about 10 minutes, so we'll have more stuff to get into. But why don't we do a little New York preview before the New York polls close?
Dun, 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 dun. All right. Our illustrious leader decided to leverage his enormous popularity and wade into the mayor's race in New York City. And nowhere is he more popular than in New York City. If communist candidate Zoran Mamdani wins the election for mayor of New York City, it is highly unlikely that I will be contributing federal funds, other than the very minimum as required, to my beloved first home, because of the fact that as a communist, this once great city has zero chance of success or even survival. It can only get worse with a communist at the helm, and I don't want to send as president good money after bad. It is my obligation to run the nation, and it is my strong conviction that New York City will be a complete and total economic and social disaster should Mamdani win. His principles have been tested for over 1,000 years.
Yes.
And never once have they been successful.
That's right. Karl Marx was born in the year 850 AD. That's right.
Karl Marx, he was fighting in the Crusades, I heard.
Yeah.
That's what JD told me. I would much rather see a Democrat who has had a record of success win than a communist with no experience and a record of complete and total failure. He was nothing as an assemblyman, ranked at the bottom of the class, and as mayor of potentially again the greatest city in the world, he has no chance to bring it back to its former glory. We must also remember this: a vote for Curtis Sliwa, who looks much better without the beret, I must say, is a vote for Mamdani. Whether you personally like Andrew Cuomo or not, you really have no choice. You must vote for him and hope he does a fantastic job. He is capable of it. Mamdani is not. And for good measure, he threw in any Jewish person that votes for Zoran Mamdani, a proven and self-professed Jew hater, is a stupid person. Okay.
Oh, that's funny.
So Mamdani has very good social media game, jumped right on that. Congratulations, Andrew Cuomo. I know how hard you worked for this. Over a picture of the two of them together. Trump endorses Cuomo. And Elon got into the game. He got in. We're going to have a whole segment on that. But briefly, remember to vote tomorrow in New York. Bear in mind that a vote for Curtis is really a vote for Mamdani or whatever his name is. I know that my simps are so completely regarded that they'll think that's funny. So I'm going to leave it in
that's brilliant.
instead of taking it out. Vote Cuomo. Vote Cuomo. Okay, that's Elon yelling. With Trump, it's a lot. Vote Cuomo.
It's a whisper scream with Elon.
It's a whisper scream. So Mamdani went on CNN, and he was asked about this. This is what he said.
Why do you think he's speaking out against you? And obviously, the personal insult is in there as well, Mamdani.
Look, I think this is one of the more expensive endorsements that Andrew Cuomo has ever gotten because it took $959 million in tax breaks that he gave Elon Musk for Elon Musk's pet projects back when Cuomo was the governor. And we're seeing the two twin architects of this second term of Donald Trump's presidency in the president himself and Elon Musk saying clearly to New Yorkers that their candidate is Andrew Cuomo. And they've picked Andrew Cuomo because they know that he will be the puppet that they want right here in New York City. And he's showing himself to not just be that, but also to be their parrot in the language that he's using to close out this election.
All right, so we are going to do a segment on that specifically, but just for this clip. Cuomo, when he was governor, gave Solar City, which at the time Musk was on the board, it was run by his cousin, $1 billion tax break for a factory in Buffalo that the state wound up having to write down. I believe it's $854 million of that because it never delivered what it promised. We will get into more detail, but that's what that's about. So, of course, Cuomo got asked about this, And he handled it with the kind of political acumen that has led him to the eve of a crushing defeat.
Americans and the Haitian Americans that are getting ran down on by ICE and mistreated by ICE. And you know where that's coming from? Your boy was just on 60 Minutes, Cuomo, saying that you're his guy.
No.
Trump said you're his candidate. If he had to pick a bad Democrat or what did he say? Or a communist. Or a communist, he's picking you.
This guy's good. He's a good interviewer.
Hello.
I think that they cut him off. I think he had to rap.
Who was that guy on the left? He looks so
familiar. That is being very diplomatic.
I really wanted to hear that answer.
Yeah, I think he
That's
just
what I was going to ask you.
Ebro just got spicy.
Oh.
I heard a click before the boop.
Okay, well that's evidence that he hung up.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Okay, so he took another pass at it. And he actually tweeted it out. He was so proud of this. Trump called me a bad Democrat. No, I'm a good Democrat. Yeah, that's what it was. He wasn't endorsing you. He was actually calling you a bad Democrat. That's what he was doing. Okay, so here he is. I think this is after he voted outside the polling station.
He did not say that. He said, I'd rather have a bad Democrat than a communist. That's what he said. He called me a bad Democrat. First of all, I happen to be a good Democrat and a proud Democrat, and I'm going to stay a proud Democrat. Mondami is not a communist, he's a socialist. But we don't need a socialist mayor either. And what you heard President Trump say was he would cut off federal funding to New York if Mondami was elected. That would be devastating to New York. Devastating. And we can't let that happen. Mondami cannot handle Trump. That's clear. And the next mayor has to be able to handle Donald Trump. I handle Donald Trump as
he has to be able to handle the shaft, the balls, the asshole, the whole thing. And I have some experience in that department, I assure you.
Governor of New York, during COVID, at the hardest time, he wanted to quarantine New York. I stopped him. He sent the National Guard to 20 cities.
I like the
What city didn't he send them to? New York City.
That's right.
So I can handle Donald Trump. I did it once. I'll do it again.
Okay, so he didn't actually endorse me. He actually attacked me, and I'm going to defend myself against the attacks. Oh, and by the way, when this out-of-control autocratic president threatens to withhold funds from cities if he doesn't like the person that the people choose, I want you to knuckle under to that by voting for one of the most corrupt governors New York State has ever had. It's not just the granny killing. It's not just him being Chester the molester. He had his office put millions of dollars of free labor into his book, into his memoir. You're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to have your office staff doing free work on your book that is not state business, not city business. He was getting paid $5 million for a memoir that nobody read, had his own staff working on that, as we'll get into in the Elon segment. He had 9 of his people get arrested for corruption on the way that they handled the bidding on contracts. He wrapped up the Moreland Commission that was getting a little too close to him, that was tasked with investigating state corruption. This guy was a real piece of work as governor. For him to go out there and speak like he was this great governor who did a great job. New York invented Tammany Hall. We have a very long tradition of corrupt Democrats in charge of the city and in charge of the state. And Cuomo is firmly coming out of the tradition of Tammany Hall corrupt machine politics style Democrats.
Yeah, no question. And, as we go on, we see, obviously, as the numbers come in, what the results are here. But talk about going out with a whimper, just with like AI ads and, having to deny. I mean, he had to deny what Trump said today. I mean, Trump, who knows? Who knows if Trump is just like trolling? I mean, Trump is the best troll to ever, enter the political arena. He probably knew he could sow some chaos if he puts his thumb on the scale for Andrew Cuomo there, just to torture him with questions. Well, are you Trump's candidate? Because here's the thing. When Cuomo says he can handle Trump, what he means is he's going to handle him the way Eric Adams handles him. Right? In other words, I am agreeable enough where they won't send the National Guard in.
Exactly.
I am agreeable enough where they won't cut off federal funding. It's interesting. If and when we get to it, we may have actual exit polls from the vote tonight from New York City, but the one demographic in terms of housing arrangements that Cuomo was actually beating Mamdani in was among people who live in public or subsidized housing. And that makes sense because Trump is threatening to cut off funding if Cuomo wins. So when Cuomo says, I can handle Trump, what he means is that I'm going to acquiesce
He's going to be
Donald
submissive
Trump
to
terrorizing the city. Exactly.
Right.
Like I will be as pro-Trump in my policy execution as is necessary to keep him out of our hair, the way Eric Adams was. Notice they haven't really fucked with New York yet because they got the mayor under their thumb. So that's what he means by I can handle Donald Trump. What he means is I'm going to kiss his ass enough to keep him out of your hair. That's exactly what he means. All right, let's see if Cool Blue has his mic set up. Cool Blue, can you hear me?
Hi, I don't have a mic, but can you hear me?
I can hear you fine. Yeah, that's great.
I hear you fine.
You sound
great.
I
had to turn power off my phone and power back on.
All right. Well, that is no problem, sir. In fact, you come in at a very, very good time because I was ready to do this ourselves. We were ready to do this ourselves at the Due Decision Desk, but the New York Times beat us to it by literally 10 seconds. Abigail Spanberger projected winner of the Virginia governor's race. She is dominating. There's no other way to put that. She's expected to come in at about 57% of the vote, according to this analysis here. As you can see here, up by 10. The big basket of votes is not even half in yet. Fairfax County, which is the big DC suburb, dominating 74 to 26, 124,000 votes to 42,000. So she's going to more than double that margin at the end of the day because only 38% of votes are in. Same thing, Alexandria, 23,000 votes to 48.76, 83 to 17, only 46% of votes in. And as you can see, the red counties are significantly smaller and they are not almost all in, but a significant portion of them are in. Whereas you can see, even in a city like Richmond, Abigail Spanberger, 8,600 to 1,600, only 12% of votes in. So she's going to get tons more votes from both the suburbs and the more Democrat-friendly cities like Richmond, down here, Suffolk, Norfolk, Virginia Beach, which is actually a pretty close split as of now. So that's not as blue as I thought it might be. But yeah, that is domination. So she has won big. And Cool Blue, what was Kamala's margin in Virginia in 2024? I don't think it was 10 points. I think it was closer than people thought.
From what I remember, it was 5.78 percentage points. In presidential elections, Virginia runs about 5 to 7 points more Democratic compared to how the country votes.
Virginia runs 5 to 7 points. It's more Democratic than how the country votes. Okay, and you're saying Kamala won that by 5 points. Well, that would make sense because Trump won the overall popular vote by, I think, 2, right? Like 1.5 to 2?
1.47, and she won Virginia by 5.78 is what I was saying.
Even the attorney general who wants to murder his opponent's kids is not doing that bad for a guy who said that on a text change.
Yeah, he's running neck and neck.
He's running neck and neck.
If I were those kids, I'd hide out for the next
you're
few
in
years.
bad shape as a political party when you lose to the guy who says he wants to kill his opponent's kids. And that is a tough loss.
That's rough.
Rough. And to be clear, we don't know he's going to lose. This says that New York Times forecast Jones has more outstanding votes than Miaris is and on track to win 53%. So as you can see, he's polling significantly behind Spanberger, but as of now, still enough to win. So big picture, folks, the Democrats are expected to win all three of these races, and they really have to. Like, if a Democrat loses any one of these races, it would be quite terrible. It would be quite terrible. So they have to win all three of these. The margins are, of course, important in sort of, taking the temperature of the country. But so far, they have won in the bag. All right, folks, we are going to now look at the New Jersey governor's race because the New Jersey polls have closed. And so let's take a look at what's going on in New Jersey, where you have Mikey Sherrill versus Jack Ciattarelli. And the big scandal of this campaign, which has made this race a little closer than perhaps it should be, how Mikey Sherrill's family made millions after what she was elected to Congress. So a Pelosi in the making here, it seems. New Jersey gubernatorial hopeful Mikey Sherrill has become one of the Garden State's richest lawmakers in Congress 6 years after getting elected to Washington. Buoyed by a portfolio of luxe properties, millions in stock, and a banker husband who earns more than $2 million per year. Wow, she has a nice life. She's doing well. We can all take solace in that, right? Republican Jack Ciattarelli and his allies have pummeled Sherrill over her finances, accusing her of flipping stocks and cashing in since being elected to high office. So
it's funny. It's like the same exact thing as the Pelosi setup. She can feed the insider information to her traitor husband.
Exactly. So here was a viral moment from their gubernatorial debate back in September where this came up.
Make sure that he doesn't get to serve again when I win for governor in November of this year.
He is a real no talent.
There's another big difference between her public service and my public service. It actually cost me money the time I put in and took away from my company. In the 7 years that she's been in Congress, she's tripled her net worth. There's another big difference between the two of us, okay? She broke the law.
This is like a mafia couples counseling session here. It's like a therapy session going back and forth. Hey, she broke the law.
There's the lost episode of The Sopranos where Melfi runs for governor.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah.
She had to pay fines for violating federal law on stock trades and stock reporting, and the New York Times reports that while you're sitting on the House Armed Services Committee, you were trading defense stocks.
Jack.
Ouch. Trading defense stocks. Well, that's even worse, given the times. Sherrill has denied that claim, saying she does not own individual stock. Though a mealy-mouthed response to the question about her net worth from the Breakfast Club host Charlemagne the God has only fanned the flames. That's right. Now, we, of course, have to go audio only for the Breakfast Club, but you talk about an awkward exchange. Take a listen.
Took $30,000 from Elon Musk's campaign fund, and that you made millions on the stock market, tripling your net worth while you were in Congress and you were fined for unreported trades. What do you say to that?
So I've never taken money from Elon Musk. I
thought you took it and then donated it to charity.
To my campaign, and I, yes, donated in kind to a food bank because I wanted people to know where I stood on it. But I also don't trade individual stocks.
So when Newsmax claims that you made $7 million from stock trades, what are they talking about?
I don't believe I did, but I'd have to go see what that was alluding to again.
That is brutal. That is a brutal 2 seconds. And then followed by, I don't believe I did. Okay, that's the worst answer you could possibly give, because what that tells people is that you can't keep track of whether or not you made $7 million. Like, that makes you more out of touch than if you did do it. Like, some people could sympathize with somebody being corrupt and be like, fuck it, I'm getting mine. Telling people, you know what, maybe I took 7 million, maybe I didn't. That makes you sound more out of touch than if you just said, yeah, I did it. Fuck you. I'm getting mine.
Well, and this tells you what a setup this all is. If you look at the big picture, okay, so look what happened in Virginia last time. They're doing slave catching exercises at the schools in Loudoun. So they say, well, we cannot have these maniacs in charge anymore. Whatever. Youngkin, he wears sweaters. It seems reasonable enough. He doesn't seem like an extremist. Then they get in and they're batshit crazy. And so you'll go for this. Does she sound like someone who's going to reform the system in a
Right.
way that is going to address the underlying problem of wealth inequality and increasing oligarchy? Of course not. She's a beneficiary of that system. She's married to somebody who is in the central nexus of that system, and clearly, just like Pelosi, is coordinating insider trading with her husband. So what? She's going to challenge it? But after less than a year of these guys, people are like, I'll take rainbow corruption. I'll take the rainbow corruption. It's less weird than what we're dealing with.
Just leave
And
my landscaper alone.
Well, yeah. What is it all doing? It's funneling everyone to the same place. The new world order is happening under both parties through different means. They just keep oscillating between different means, and both of them just keep steering us in the same exact direction. There's absolutely no real course change except at the margins.
I like this. What democracy? Does she have hot sauce in her purse? Yeah, that would be a good moment. This would be a good time to pull at the hot sauce. Oh, you should have come prepared. Nice time to change the subject.
I don't believe I did, but I'd have to go see what
Did someone say
that
Tabasco?
was alluding to. Again, what kind of came from.
It was a report
my
in
husband.
the.
No, I know it's from Newsmax, which again.
And then another one in the Washington Free Beacon, which is a conservative leaning platform, but they said you had increased from between 733,209 to over 4 million in 2019, and then between 4 million to 13 million in 2024. So that's where they got the 7 million increase. It's the average of the two broad asset
They averaged out that, yeah. Look, we've been really lucky. I really deeply feel like this country has provided an incredible amount of opportunity to us.
You know, we've been very fortunate to make a lot of money. Wow, that is brutal.
Fuck you. You suck.
That is absolutely brutal. But if early results are any indication of things to come, not quite brutal enough to land her a defeat, according to these numbers. Now, Jersey Jersey is a little tougher to figure out because, there is a such thing as rural New Jersey, but not exactly. Like rural New Jersey are like where they grow the blueberries, basically. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's not quite the same as like Virginia, where you have real let's go branding country, right? But here you're like northern Jersey. Okay, so these are the New York City suburbs, so these are the most populated. And if you look at it, like Bergen County, she's not really doing that well there. Hudson County, she's doing pretty well. Essex, she's doing pretty well. And then down here at the shore, these are going to be the more conservative areas. So Cool Blue, if you could get me Bergen County 2024, that would be beautiful. I'll put your mic on here since now you have your sound figured out. There you go. Yeah, if you can get Bergen County numbers for 2024, that would be great. While you're doing that, I'm going to look at the exit polls here, which look pretty good for Cheryl. Not quite as strong for Cheryl as for Spamberger, but still pretty strong. 46% of the male vote. Again, that is high for a Democrat. 59-39. Yeah, that's a pattern that we're seeing now. Democrats just dominating with women. 45% of the white vote, 91% of the black vote. Hispanics and Latinos, 64. That was a trend in Virginia too. And this is another. You talk about the Republicans just squandering a mandate. Trump did very well among Latinos, and his favorability rating among Latinos has completely tanked for very fucking obvious reasons. And now,
I wonder why.
Yeah, now
Cool Blue, could you explain to us why Trump's numbers are down with Hispanics?
I'm gonna guess that it might be a money thing. Just like with every other demographic you could think of naming among racial demographic groups.
I think it's also that, the people are getting cuffed even though they're citizens if they're Hispanic. I think that plays a role as well.
NBC News exit polls would indicate that Mikey Sherrill, if those numbers hold about male versus female, how they're voting, she would win statewide by about 7 percentage points.
Okay, now, Cool Blue, you registered your predictions. I should have made a slide. It's the least I could have done for you.
+6, Mikey Sherrill.
So you guessed Sherrill +6. And what did you guess for Spamberger?
+10.
Okay, so it looks like she's going to outperform that. She's on track to. But you look like you're pretty much right in the wheelhouse. So Cool Blue called all 7 swing states last time. And he got the margins damn close, too.
I'm going to jump in and say this. Over the last 2 elections.
Fuck Nate Silver.
Yeah.
2017, 2021 in New Jersey and Virginia, the gubernatorial outcomes, they were within 5 percentage points. So in 2021, it was a Republican pickup win for Glenn Youngkin by about 2 points. And the Democratic incumbent, Phil Murphy, was reelected by 3. So they were within 5 points of each other. So if Abigail Spanberger is like 10 or 11 and Mikey Sherrill is like 7, they're within 5 points of each other, New Jersey versus Virginia.
Yeah, it looks like that so far. So Bergen County is 52-48. This is a New York City suburb here. Can you tell us what that distribution was in 2024?
Oh, I had 2021 up here. Would you like that for a moment?
Sure. Yeah, why not?
I think I have it up here.
That's pretty close. That's pretty close. That's with 20% of the vote in. Essex 79-21. Atlantic City, Cape May County. I mean, he's still got a lot of areas where he would figure to do fairly well that are yet to come in.
Yeah, I mean,
but she's got a pretty
end
big
up
cushion.
losing by 30.
Yeah, I mean, she's got a pretty big cushion. I mean, she's got 170,000 votes on him right now, with 20% in.
I mean, tomorrow is really going to be oligarch Zionist meltdown Christmas.
Yeah, I wonder how Jack Posobiec is dealing with this. Jack Posobiec is very excited about Chitterelli.
He really, yeah, that's the race
that
he's obsessed with.
Yeah.
So much so he put out a very queer coded tweet about it.
Yeah. So he's in our thoughts tonight. So Cool Blue, you got that the 2021 number?
Actually, I'm not sure where Bergen County is located.
Bergen County is the upper right-hand corner of the state. The top right. Do you see where my cursor is now?
Tell you for a moment, 2024, it was Democratic by 3.38 percentage points.
Okay, so they're running even there. What about Essex County? That's like to the left with Newark.
In 2024, Essex County in New Jersey was a margin of D plus 44.91.
Okay, so they're beating that by quite a bit so far. They're now up by 58. Yeah. So that the thing is, Trump made New Jersey pretty close. I think Trump lost New Jersey by only like 5 points, and he did that because he had a relatively diverse coalition. He did well among Latinos last year. So a lot of those urban centers were not as dominant for Democrats as they usually are. So far, what we're seeing in the numbers here is that they're reverting back to the pre-2024 norm, where the cities are starting to look more like the cities used to look pre-2024.
Well, this is how fundamentally cruel and basically incompetent they are. They tapped into a truth of human nature that the forces of woke, their counterparts on the other side, don't like to look at. The idea that the world is broken up between heteronormative white people who have common interests and everyone else has common interests, that's nonsense. The world doesn't work that way. Playing on the let's pull the ladder up instinct of immigrants at the bottom of the economic ladder who have citizenship so they can vote, that is what swung so many Latinos towards Trump. We've seen that throughout history, right? Pat Buchanan, wait, he was fucking Irish, right? He was descended from Irish immigrants. He loved talking about how we've got to keep the immigrants out. It's an old story, immigrants punching down on immigrants. Where he fucked up, so he started grabbing citizens, start going after everybody, start grabbing people they didn't expect you to grab. They didn't think they were going to send grandma back home. They didn't think that was going to happen. They should have, if they paid attention to who they were dealing with. They thought they're going to get to pull the ladder up and not have Trump embrace them. Nah. If he had played his cards right, if anything, he would have gotten more popular with that community. But he he pretty much torched his relationship with them like within 2 weeks.
Yes. Yeah. And
you feel like you can't go vote even though you're a citizen because you're afraid ICE is going to grab you on the way to the polls. This is not the way to maintain popularity with that community.
Yeah, so it looks like here the Times is saying Passaic County, this traditionally Democratic county, which has the highest share of Latinos in the state, flipped to Donald Trump in 2024. So Passaic County, Cool Blue, is right to the left of Bergen. So can you tell us, we don't have any votes coming in from there yet, but that's going to be a bellwether. That's going to be that'll indicate a trend.
Yeah, Trump won in 2024. He won 5 counties as Republican pickups in the state of New Jersey. So in Passaic County, he won it by R, meaning Republican, plus 2.86.
Okay, so Trump was basically +3 in Passaic County last year. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. That'll be interesting to see how that moves when that comes in. But so far, early numbers are strong for Cheryl. Now, the one caveat we have to tell you here is that a lot of times the first numbers to come in are the early vote, which do tend to skew Democrat. So, I'm not predicting she's going to blow them out by 30. This will tighten significantly as the same day vote comes in. But, the exit polls being what they are, it looks like she's got enough margin to work with. And this is the other thing. Republicans now running 20-point deficits among women.
Yeah.
Do you know, Cool Blue, roughly what the share of the women vote Trump won last time? I think it was more than 40%.
Nationally?
Yeah. Yeah. You can look that up if you have to, obviously. Not expecting to know that off the top of your head. But so far, she is looking strong. All right. Do we want to go to some super chats?
Sure.
All right.
Virtuoso, what's up, man? My fellow New Yorker lives right up the road.
That's
More
right.
beer money from our friends at the Ministry of Truth, 1984. I like that. Thank you, man. Pony Rider 4000. Shout out to my mom, Kathy. She introduced me to you guys. We love your shows. Keep it up. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. And shout out to your mom. Thank you,
Shout out to Kathy. Thank you. Race car. Man, that spam burger lady, she needs to change her name. People might vote for a hamburger, but not if it's made with spam.
Yes, spam.
Well, by the time these folks are done with the country, everyone's going to be eating spam. They're not going to know what a real hamburger tastes like anymore.
Our beef is beautiful.
Theirs is weak.
Theirs is weak.
Mr. Fancy Pants. I was going to sit this election out in Virginia, but after seeing this Sears lady, I decided to bite the bullet. That lady can't be allowed to run a whole state. I mean, it's right. It's right there in the name, man. It's right.
Look, man. What I've said. I've been very consistent on this. Going back to 2016. I feel like since 2016, the incumbent party has deserved to lose. Like the Democrats deserve to lose in 2016. Republicans deserve to lose in 2018. Republicans deserve to lose in 2020. Democrats deserve to lose in 22 and 24. Republicans deserve to lose this year. There's no doubt. Like, does the in-party deserve to lose given these results? Yeah, of course they do. Of course,
sure.
You'd be a fucking maniac to think they don't. Yeah,
sure.
So I don't blame
you. What democracy? Mom Donnie for the spite win. Yeah, I mean, that's what we're in it for, really. That's what we're in it for.
We're not going to have much use for him after today. We just want the troll. We really want the troll.
We just want this.
Yeah, exactly. We're really in it for the trolling. Exactly.
What democracy? I wrote in Marwan Barghouti for Boston mayor. All right. All right. Do we want to move on?
Yeah, we'll move on.
Elon?
Let me just take some of these first. Old Quatrain in the halls of hell. Old Dick Cheney grins. Halliburton whispers. Sweet no bid wins. Billions flow from a fresh war scar down his pants. The Veep's got a 5-star. Thank you.
Oh, shit.
Old haiku. Halliburton shadows fall on desert graves. Cheney's heart still beats. Thank you, Abiding. What's the matter?
I forgot. This is specifically for one of these ghouls dies.
You're gonna burn in hell.
That's right. Here we go.
That's for you, Dick.
Yeah. Luis De La Cruz, sup, fellas? Finally catching you live. Russ, loved your Escape from L.A. costume or Big Trouble in Little China. That was Escape from L.A. Keaton, you're still handsome. Thank you.
Escape from New York. I prefer to
Escape from New York. That's right.
That's the one where he's got the zipper shirt.
Oh, okay. All right. So it's different. Vianticus Prime says, you're wrong, Russ. They do believe in democracy. They just don't believe the chattel are citizens. There you go. Democracy for them. Healing Tarzan. Curtis Yarvin is the right wing Klaus Schwab. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. It's all going in the same direction.
That's right. Samus Warren says, do citizens have a Second Amendment right to bear arms when approached by masked men claiming to be ICE agents? Not anymore. Goo81 says, time of the signs, they are making new Torn and Jerry cartoons with them based in Singapore, and theme song has Chinese tunes to it. Oh, thank you. Goo81. Vianticus Prime says, Trump's approval rating is 37%. Now in what Kevin Smith movie was the number 37 a big deal again? What Kevin Smith movie? I don't know.
You got me.
Don't
Maybe
know.
like the Apocalypse one? What was that one called? With the angels in it.
Oh yeah, I forget what that one was. I forget.
Our patron Vinny did makeup on that movie.
Oh, interesting. Very cool. All right, we'll move right on along.
All right, so Elon jumped into this. Remember to vote tomorrow in New York. Bear in mind that a vote for Curtis is really a vote for Mondani, or whatever his name is. I don't know. I'm in a K-hole. Vote Cuomo. Vote Cuomo.
He's brown. We don't like them, and brown people have funny names.
He's
That's
brown.
funny, right?
That's just for starters. He's also a commie.
Yeah.
So they Mamdani tweeted this out. I'm not sure when he tweeted this out, but they made much of it. When Governor Cuomo refuses to tax the rich, he's refusing to let workers enjoy the wealth they created. When he says low taxes foster a business-friendly environment, he means an environment where it's easy for bosses to steal from workers. Taxation isn't theft, capitalism is. So presumably this was written when Cuomo was still governor. So they dug this up. Geiger Capital quotes it. Zoran Mamdani majored in African studies. And Musk does his typical one word, amazing. Amazing. And elevates this. But let's take a look at what he is talking about there and why Elon spends so much time trying to divert people's attention away from the underlying structural problems with a system that has made a not very impressive man like himself the richest man in the world. Once again, Elon has a BA. He has never invented anything. He started life on third base, coming from a very wealthy and deeply racist family, which is certainly a tradition he's carried on with. So here's Curtis Sliwa. He was asked a little bit about this because, Trump also said a vote for Sliwa is a vote for Mamdani. And she asked him about the Elon endorsement. This is what he said.
Well, first off, let's establish that Andrew Cuomo gave $1 billion to Elon Musk to make solar panels. It was so corrupt that 9 of Andrew Cuomo's appointees, led by his chief of staff, went to jail. And we got like 25 solar panels out of Buffalo. So I understand why Elon Musk has a friendship for Andrew Cuomo, who obviously was kicking back money to his buddy Elon Musk. This is a battle between 3 different forces. Your panel mentioned it. It's a generational change. Zoran Mamdani beat Andrew Cuomo in the Democratic primary decisively. Andrew Cuomo represents a dystopian view of New York City. It's overcast, it's ugly, he's a grimace. And by the way, he's indicated that if he should somehow lose, he'll escape to Florida with his billionaire friends. I am a Republican, I'm a populist, I represent blue-collar working-class people who cannot just flee like billionaires. We improve, we don't move, we fight for what we know is right. And I trust the people to vote, not the billionaires, the insiders, or the influencers. They're not going to pick the next mayor. The people will, and that's what democracy is about.
So if President Trump...
All right. So I got to say, man, Sliwa's politics are not mine. There are a lot of problems with Sliwa. He's very charming. He's very easy to like. But when you get down to his politics, his economics are really not much different from Trump's when you get right down to it. But when you get right down to it, neither are Andrew Cuomo's. So all of these douchebags like Sid Rosenberg who are telling you to vote for Cuomo, you really have to be a total piece of shit. And the only reason this came up, I didn't drop this as part of my montage, but something I actually brought up to the 30 freaks who showed up to Rosenberg's rally there at the 9/11 memorial site was, polling shows that actually Sliwa would do better in a one-on-one against Mamdani than Cuomo would. So if all of these billionaires had thrown their resources behind Sliwa instead of Cuomo and blocked Cuomo from staying in the race, they might have had a better chance. They wouldn't have necessarily won. But I think there are a lot of, even now, this is why Sliwa has as much support as he has. And we said it throughout. Cuomo is just too hated by Republicans for all of them to move over to him. They hold too much of a grudge from COVID. And then too many of the woke kind of feminist libs just can't vote for this serial molester of women. But the billionaires are much more comfortable with Cuomo because Cuomo's their boy. Cuomo's their boy. Cuomo's their tool. Cuomo's their puppet. With Sliwa, you don't know, man. He could turn around. Look what he's doing, talking about how the next person will offer me money. I'm going to report them to the FBI. You don't know with Sliwa. Sliwa, as much as I don't like his politics, he's not corrupt. They need somebody corrupt to do their deals. You don't know if you try to cut a deal with Sliwa if he's going to go on camera and say Bill Ackman just offered me a huge donation to not move forward with this project.
Right. Well, there's nothing in it for
They don't want to fuck with a guy like that.
Of course. Well, there's nothing in it for Sliwa to be corrupt because he's a well-paid radio host who's probably never going to win any kind of office. So why would he be corrupt, right? Like, he's sitting pretty, he's got his gig, and he runs for mayor as a habit, right? As a hobby.
I mean, you could say, why would a guy with Bill Ackman's money be corrupt?
Right.
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 Certain kind of people, it's never enough.
Right.
He's not really that type.
No, he's not that type. His heart's not in it. Look, if he were really a cutthroat political operative, he'd have dropped out. Like, if this meant that much to him, he would have just dropped out.
In exchange for hookups later.
Exactly.
Look,
or just to beat Mamdani. Like, if he were a real ideologue, serious, we got to beat the communists, then he'd have withdrawn.
This is a guy who back in the day, back when the mob ran this town, was going at the mob, and they tried to kill him. Like that, you can't take that away from him. Like, I respect him on that level, but at the same time, don't get it twisted. This guy's no, like, moderate. He talks all that populism, but if you get down to his economic policies, he wouldn't do anything really different from Donald Trump. He would completely be Donald Trump's tool. He speaks very highly of Donald Trump, but he's not corrupt. I'll give him that. So what are they talking about with Elon? What are they talking about? Well, here's a good example. And this is all of them bring up this $1 billion. New York knows Elon Musk is a fraudster. Remember Andrew Cuomo's Buffalo billion. As governor, Cuomo spent $1 billion taxpayer dollars on a 1.2 million square foot factory for Tesla, claiming Musk would create thousands of tech jobs and produce tens of thousands of solar panels a day. Years later, it's clear that New Yorkers were sold a bill of false goods. Originally, Cuomo and Musk promised to deliver massive job growth in Buffalo, a Rust Belt city that was lagging in employment and sorely in need of economic revitalization. Cuomo claimed Musk's factory would be a leader in the clean energy revolution, ushering in new technology and green energy jobs for our state and beginning an economic rebirth for Western New York. Instead, Musk's Tesla project failed spectacularly, costing New York taxpayers dearly. Rather than building a tech industry in Buffalo, employment in the technology sector actually fell in Western New York in the years that followed. The number of pledged manufacturing jobs was scaled back from 1,460 to 500. Recently, Tesla announced plans to lay off 285 employees at the factory. Reports found that most of the solar panel manufacturing equipment New York State paid for has been either sold or discarded. And while Musk claimed that by 2020, the plant would produce enough solar powered panel shingles to cover 1,000 roofs a week, it was found to average just 21 installations weekly. One New York State think tank said that the Tesla deal, quote, may rank as the single biggest economic development boondoggle in American history. And an audit by the state comptroller backs this up, finding each Buffalo billion tax dollar spent resulted in just 54 cents in economic benefit. Sounds like socialism. We should remember that the Buffalo billion didn't just waste taxpayer dollars and make Musk even richer. It was also a corrupt scheme to make government allies wealthy off taxpayer dollars, too. One of Cuomo's closest associates was convicted of accepting hundreds of thousands in bribes from companies hoping to win Buffalo billion contracts. Close Buffalo allies were convicted on charges of bid rigging related to the Buffalo billions. Cuomo walked into this deal knowing full well Musk would likely waste taxpayer dollars and produce far fewer jobs than promised. Audits in the years that follow revealed the Cuomo administration failed to conduct serious analysis before spending $1 billion on the project, noting project assessments lacked sufficient details, reviews of financial viability, and cost-benefit analysis. Okay, so they did not even do a basic cost-benefit analysis before handing this guy $1 billion. And are you seeing a pattern here? Very much like with Doge. What was he going to save? $2 trillion ran out the door by most estimates costing money with his bullshit, dropped it to 150 billion and cost the government more in having to hire people back and turn things back on that he had broken. Same shit, man. Oh yeah, no, we're going to give you all these jobs. And we are still subsidizing it now. You see, Elon Musk and people like Elon Musk believe wholeheartedly in socialism for them. For them, they believe in privatized profits and socialized risk. They are perfectly happy having the government get involved in the marketplace as long as it's the government building them $1 billion factory that they're never going to actually use to full capacity. And something we're not going to get too into in this. He also, when they tried to organize a union, invited everybody to come to a benefits meeting and then fired everybody who was trying to unionize the factory. And it hasn't stopped. It hasn't stopped. This is from April 2025. Tesla spends taxpayer slush fund on new cafeteria. The money came from a pot of dollars the state gave the company to spend at its discretion. New York State taxpayers has footed the bill for the eatery, which cost $1.6 million to build. Records obtained by Investigative Post show the electric vehicle maker continues to spend taxpayer dollars each year on the factory, which the state spent $959 million to build and equip. The funds come from a pot of state money that totaled $28.9 million in 2020. According to an amendment to Tesla's lease with the state called Amendment 11, the money was left over from the grant New York issued to build the South Buffalo plant. Amendment 11 to the lease agreement allowed Tesla to spend the leftover money instead of it going back into the state budget. Here's the best part. Guess how much they pay on that lease? Guess how much, Keaton? Can you guess? I know you can guess. $1.
Oh, close.
They pay $1 a year to lease this factory. Power to the people here explains why people are turned off to this kind of politics. 77% of Americans can't afford a median priced home of $495,000. 70% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck. 140 million Americans are poor or low income. 100 million Americans have medical debt. Socialism is surging in popularity because our lives under capitalism are miserable. Well, you know, his life is not miserable under capitalism. Elon's. That's why he spends all day using the platform that he bought, I think we can say clearly now, for the purpose of spreading propaganda and confusion. He is the classic meme, right? Careful, that foreigner wants your cookie. That's Elon. That's Elon. Elon is the guy with the big plate of cookies telling the working guy, look out, this guy wants to steal your cookie. Going after Mamdani as a socialist, as a communist, it never works. Okay, so this works. This works. This is socialism for the rich. We have socialism. That is a clear case of socialism. You have the state put enormous amounts of money into building this facility for a corporation that then did not at all deliver. So you're going to talk about socialism. The money's not there. You run out of other people's money. Somehow we never run out of money for these boondoggles for people like Elon. Somehow that system works fine. That system works fine. It takes so much propaganda to brainwash workers into, and anytime we do a segment like this, we see it, they all come out of the woodwork. Yeah, well, you know what? The problem with the socialism is you run out of the money that it never worked in Venezuela. Yo, man, how you almost have to admire it. How much propaganda does it take to get people to look at a guy like this who robs the state treasury, is a complete violation of everything he's told you should believe in. You should pull yourself up by your bootstraps. You shouldn't need help. He's perfect. He'll rob the state. He'll rob the treasury for every penny he can get and not give anything back, not fulfill his promise. To get working people to believe that's who they should admire, that takes 24-hour-a-day propaganda. And that's what they do. They do it on social media. They do it on TV. They do it in the newspapers. They do it in the magazines. Constant drumbeat, socialism, 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 socialism. Elon is speaking to a less educated group, but the shit he says is really not any different from what you'll see in the New York Times about Mamdani, what you'll see in the Wall Street Journal. Like, it's really the Atlantic. They're hitting a different class of person. But the thing that they all are determined to make sure of is that people don't wake up. That people don't wake up to what is very obvious. We have socialism for the rich. They just don't want socialism for you because they're afraid if you get socialism, it's going to be at the expense of their socialism, which it probably would be.
Well, yeah, and it would also come with the expense of them being treated like actual deities and gods, which is how these people view themselves. It was funny. Yep. I was watching an interview with Kevin O'Leary, the bald billionaire who talked about how AI is going to surveil the student protesters. And he said, Mamdani's going to win. And then what's going to happen is, they're going to come to me. The city's going to come to me and seek my investment. And I'm going to say, well, gee, I'd love to help you, but I can't because you're going to tax me so much on top of what you're already. Like, they view themselves as the fat cats who the peasants come begging to, right? Yes. And because I have amassed such wealth, I am nobility, right? And I can dole out charity at my discretion. And if you take too much of my money as the state, then I'm just going to have not enough to invest in the community anymore. This is how people see themselves. And this is the sort of moral dynamic, if you will, embedded within capitalism, is that those who ascend to the top do so because they are virtuous and good.
Right.
And if you're at the bottom, it's because you're weak or you're lazy or you are inadequate in one or many different ways. So yeah, it's a very cruel dynamic. My favorite retort to I heard somebody say, "Well, this isn't mine." They said, socialism, you run out of other people's money, and they said, well, in capitalism, you run out of your own money. You run out of your money.
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
That was good. I forget where I heard that from. I wish I could give credit. It was a long time ago. But yeah, no, that is absolutely the dynamic. And to see, person after person just chime into this race from afar in a desperate attempt to stop Mamdani, when what is he running on? He's running on basically 5 city-run grocery stores, 1 per borough. So you're talking about 5 grocery stores, free bus tickets, and a rent freeze, the likes of which has been implemented in 3 of the last 10 years.
Right.
That's it. There's about 5 grocery stores, free busing, and a rent freeze that's been implemented 3 times over the last. That's what they are shitting their pants over. And of course, a lot of it is just anti-Arab racism, which is what they're using to gin up people's fear. But at the oligarchs level, the money men don't actually care as much about that as they are letting on. I mean, I do think Elon's a die-in-the-wool racist. I think Ackman is a diehard Zionist. But for a lot of these people, it's all about the money. It's all about New York City as a playground for the rich, and they want to keep it that way.
Well, they also do not want that conversation to happen.
Right.
A guy like Mamdani with these kinds of expressed views, whatever the reality might be of how he would govern. We talked about the fact that he's got a McKinsey guy going to all these corporations to reassure them that he's not going to do anything radical. Whatever the reality, you are going to have this very appealing figure, very appealing, very politically talented, who, whatever he winds up doing, if you look at the history of his statements, yeah, I mean, the guy, it seems, believes in Marxism, probably, like in his heart of hearts, like, what does he believe in? But he's very politically skilled. He's not going to say that right now, but it seems like that's where he's coming from. And that is laced into his rhetoric. He's being careful, not to say it the way he said it in that tweet, but it's in that family. They know that if the great mass of the public, who greatly outnumber them, are ever woken up, they're cooked. They're cooked. That is why they don't even want this smallest defiance. They're afraid of where it could lead.
Yes, let me make sure I got that. Okay, perfect. I have that. Okay. All right, let's take some super chats and some Rumble rants. I am the Owl. I'm very angry with you guys severely downplaying the threat of gay race communism implicit with the Mamdani victory. First they come for the Cracker Barrel and we said nothing. That's right. Thank you, I am the Owl. Venticus Prime says, in case you didn't get the reference, someone should tell Trump to try not to suck any dick on the way to the parking lot. Oh, the Clerks. Okay, I didn't know 37. I didn't know the number, but I know that scene. Yes, that is from Clerks. That's the classic. The powers ought not be are going to be just fine with the CIA torture lady being the governor of Virginia, whether they're Republicans or Democrats, of course. Excuse me. This stream is second on the editor's picks on Rumble. Oh, there you go. That explains it. Shout out to Rumble. Thanks to Rumble.
All right.
Helping us out
tonight. I feel like Sally Field. You like us.
Yeah.
You really like us.
Cuomo hired Flava Flav to be his hype man. Yeah, exactly. The judge says Rex Jones mentioned due dissidents on the War Room today. Oh, that's cool.
Oh,
that's cool. Shout out to Rex Jones. We got to have him on.
Yeah,
we were supposed to have him on. We got to put that.
We keep meaning to have him on.
Yeah, shout out to Rex Jones.
We should have had him in the booth tonight.
Yeah, so we got a shout out on InfoWars today. That's pretty cool. All right, thanks, Rex Jones. Appreciate that. All right, why don't you take some super chats there?
All right, Yasim Miller. During this election, I found myself envying the voters of New York City. They had the chance to support a truly progressive candidate. I chose not to vote in Virginia. My conscience simply wouldn't allow it. I could see that. Honestly, if you gave me those choices, and I've been in that position in New York, I usually write in fictional characters, and I usually have a theme. There have been years where I wrote in only characters from the Dune series. There have been years they were all from the Batman universe. I have voted for Harvey Dent for district attorney as a write-in more than once. So that's probably what I would do if I were in Virginia. And Paul Atreides, he always gets my vote. Russell's Peasant Mind. My lord, how was Cahokia? Was it just a hill? To like a peasant mind like Keaton Weiss, it would be just a hill.
Yeah.
To a guy like Keaton, to a Philistine like Keaton, it's just a hill. I thought it was cool. That's definitely my kind of shit. Like I really enjoy, and they had a cool VR app that you could put on your phone to like put it up to what you were looking at to show you what it would have looked like then. So that was good. You would use your camera with it. So that was pretty cool. I enjoyed it. Kenman, Elon, don't vote mum dummy. Yeah, that's going to persuade people. Do they understand how much they're hated? I don't think they do. Like of all places, New York, you guys are going to try to swing the election. Brad Gilbert, after watching South Park's Bondi, Trey and Matt must do money sign.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure what that's.
I don't get it. You lost me. Heavy snack tomorrow morning is going to be beautiful. A cup of coffee with a nice big slice of Zio MAGA Cope. Yep, that is what I am looking forward to.
Looks like it.
Cuomo wins, we're going to be like the Hillary voters in 2016.
Yeah, it's going to be. People are going to be cutting together compilation meltdown videos.
Meltdown videos. We'll probably be in most of them.
Yeah.
Santuck, wouldn't a good Democrat support their party's nominee? Well, yeah, that's always for me. Not one rule for thee, not for me. You remember Pelosi endorsing the challenger to Markey, the Kennedy, and she made the excuse that her family was friendly with the Kennedys.
Right. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that one.
Do we want to move on?
Yeah, do that last one because that last one is relevant to what I'm going to show.
Alexander Wilson in Virginia, Chesterfield County, a burb of Richmond, went to Youngkin by 4. Spanberger is going to win that by almost 10. When I saw that, I'm like, it's over. Yep.
Yes. So what the Times is doing, which is kind of cool, is they're publishing maps of trends 2024 versus 2025. So the shift in margin. So the blue arrows signal a shift in the Democrats' direction. A red arrow signals a shift in the Republicans' direction. As you can see, it's blue everywhere, quite significantly in many of these counties. So Chesterfield, I'm not sure where that is on a map, but like obviously Loudoun is 12 points more Democratic than 2024. Fairfax, 11 points more. Everywhere you look, you're seeing Democrats build their margin. Oh, Appomattox, the Republicans gained in Appomattox. Appomattox has fallen. MAGA has conquered.
Not the first time.
Not the first time. Yeah, Appomattox always blows it. Yeah, right. Exactly. So that's just a tradition. But that is what it's looking like there for sure. Hey, 7 minutes until polls close in New York. So we will have probably a lot of votes come in. I mean, don't forget for the primary, we had a ton of votes come in right at 9 o'clock because I think they just dumped the early vote all at once.
Right.
So we should have a pretty good idea.
And there was a hefty early vote this year.
Yeah, the big early vote this year. Absolutely. So let's now take a look before we get into that. Let's take a look at New Jersey, which I think is getting close to decision time. They have not called it yet. But if we look here in New Jersey, the election results coming in. Let me bring Cool Blue in for a minute here. Cool Blue, you're there. Cool Blue, have any of the outlets called New Jersey yet? Probably not, right? It's probably a little too early because it's only, 35% in?
No, but what do you think of Decision Desk HQ? I think The Hill introduced them, and they're having a thing together with Chuck Todd and Chris Chaliza. They went ahead and projected New Jersey governor election to be won by Mikey Sherrill. They even projected the Virginia Attorney General race to be won by Jay Jones.
Okay. I mean, it looks pretty strong for Sherrill here. Can you check Sussex County? Do you see where I'm clicking with Sussex County? That's in the upper left. Mikey Sherrill, 51-49. Can you say where that was in 2024?
Okay. This is in New Jersey, of course, right?
Correct. Correct. She seems to be running pretty strong. The Times forecast Sherrill will have 55% of the vote. So that will be a 10-point win.
Sussex County in New Jersey. 24 New Jersey.
Yeah, Sussex County in New Jersey, in the upper left-hand corner of the state.
No, that's okay. I wasn't thinking that it was carried by Trump, but it was. He carried it by plus 24.85, our plus 24.85.
Sussex County, New Jersey?
SUSSEX, yep.
Wow.
County that I think realigned Democratic back in 2008.
Well, that's a huge swing if that number holds. I mean, only 31% of the vote is in, but if he won that by 20 some odd points, and that's basically split now, then that is a major trend in the blue direction. So that's something. Bergen now, Sherrill's opened up a pretty big lead, 60-39. That was close in 2024. Still nothing from Passaic. That's where the Latinos live. Bergen. I don't know. Maybe they all got black bagged. Maybe there's no votes from Passaic. There's nothing to count.
In 2021, the D margin was 5.61. And the last I looked is that Mikey Sherrill is leading it by just over 21 points. So that's a 16 point solidification for the Democrats.
Yeah, assuming that holds, that
Right.
is very significant. I don't think that'll end up being the final number. But yeah, I mean, so look, so far, the story of the night is, Democrats are taking care of business. I mean, they had to win all three of these. I mean, if there was an upset anywhere here, it would have been an absolute nightmare for them. But so far, it looks like their margins are pretty comfortable. And in the Virginia Attorney General's race now, that is starting to look. So you're saying Chuck Todd has called it? That's nice that he's got a gig. Good for him.
Decision Q, which have been connected with the Hill, I think it is. And I guess they're doing a joint a collaboration tonight. Chuck Todd, Chris Chaliza, I don't know, he's still with Washington Post, or was it CNN?
CNN is where.
Oh, Jones is going to win.
Well, I mean,
they better bring those kids to an undisclosed location.
He looks strong. I mean, Time says he's on pace for 53%. He's at 51. I mean, it tells you how much he was, a drag, that the fact that he's pulling that far behind Spanberger. But it does look like, it looks like, these
it's such
DC
a Democrat
suburbs
blowout.
Yeah, it looks like there was enough turnout among just blue no matter who's, that it should probably put him over the top.
All of them would be Democratic pickups compared to 21. So that's major.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, look, this is. Yeah. I mean, look, the Democrats were favored to win all three of these. So far, they seem to be exceeding the high end of the polling estimates. Like if Spanberger wins by more than 10, that's more than she was expected to win by. And if Sherrill wins by 10 or more, then that's going to be above expectations as well. So we'll have to see. It is 8:59. Let's take a couple more super chats, and then I'll keep an eye on the results. We should get results any second now from the marquee matchup of the night, New York City.
All right. Sammy, happy election night. Looking forward to the Deborah Messing crash out. Her social media posts are unhinged. Oh, that's not Canada, Sammy.
No, it's not our Sammy. I mean, you are our Sammy, but it's not the caller Sammy.
It's not the caller Sammy. Yeah, Deborah Messing.
Caller Sammy's probably banging Deborah Messing right now.
Well, for these very hashtag Me Too people to be insanely crashing out, arguing for voting Andrew Cuomo. I mean, it's just amazing. The Zionism trumps everything, man.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
No pun intended. Cole Langdon. I'm a Fuentes fan, but you guys are my favorite Jews. Listen, man, after
Nice.
hearing his origin story on Tucker, if Fuentes had met us before he met Ben Shapiro, he'd be wearing a kippah now.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly.
He'd be a totally different person. Zeb Applejack, CEB Applejack. Hey, Russ, who do you think Rappaport is going to vote for? Well, he's been pretty emphatic about that. He's voting for Pinhead because he's a Cenobite with the leather wrapped around his head now there. CE Applejack, Rappaport says it's anti-Semitic to vote Mamdani. Yeah, that's the line they're going with. I don't think it's going to be very effective, as we should discover any minute now. Eric Maines was going to skip a boring election podcast, but a shelter-in-place alert here in Louisville from burning jet fuel kept me in. Why do we need air traffic controllers and union trade and mechanics again? Well, we don't, according to Elon. That's all waste. It's all waste, fraud, and abuse, right? A lot of professionals in the airline industry were saying this was going to happen if you get rid of all these support staff, so that the people who actually are running things are now burdened with doing a lot more work. It was going to lead to a lot less safety. So yeah, here we are, man. Look, I'm not going to lie. Taking a lot of flights next year. It's definitely on my mind. I'm just not going to live like that.
All right, let's take a game break here. All right, so we have data from New York. No votes yet, but we do have exit polls. And the exit polls are actually closer than expected. It looks like Mamdani will win. But if you look at the exit polls there, not a blowout. Because if you look at what happened here, and this was not terribly unlikely. This is why I said this could happen. Sliwa seemed to really crash out. Sliwa was just not getting anything at all. And so if you look at Sliwa's numbers, 13, 10, 13, 5, 13, 9, he's not cracking 15 anywhere, which is giving Cuomo a decent surge. If these numbers are accurate, that surge will not be near enough to overcome Mamdani, but it's looking like you're going to be in the, 10-point range, 8 to 10-point range, as opposed to like
that's what I would have. That's what I would have expected.
20-point blowout.
I was expecting about 6.
Yeah,
I thought those final polls were probably about right.
Yeah,
because they threw everything but the kitchen sink at this guy. Like, it's got to have some kind of an impact when you have just relentless. Every single article from every outlet of every stripe was about how disastrous this was going to be. Whether from the New York Times to the New York Post, it was all the same article.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Absolutely. So if you look at the exit polling here, the male vote went Mamdani 46 to Cuomo's 37. The female vote 47 Mamdani to 40% for Cuomo. That is women should be absolutely ashamed of themselves. This is why we don't like women.
Yeah.
They say
this
the podcasters
is why
are
we
sexist.
actively,
Well, this is why.
Yeah, that's why we actively discourage them from watching our show.
Yeah. And political participation in general. Are you white? So the white vote went pretty evenly, 44 to 41. The black votes, which Cuomo dominated the black vote in the primary. Cuomo, did very well with the black vote in the primary. Apparently not so here. 52 Mamdani to 37. The Latino vote went for Mamdani by 9. And the Asian vote, this would, of course, encapsulate.
Batya's going to have a hard time with the spinning the narrative tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, the Asian vote, this would encapsulate, of course, a lot of the Middle Eastern vote, which is not a big surprise. That goes to Mamdani 61-29. And so, I mean, if you look at these numbers here, if these numbers are accurate, Cuomo's not leading anywhere. which means that if these numbers are accurate, you have a solid win for Mamdani. It's not the 20-point blowout that a lot of people thought it may have been, because there was, according to the exit, and it's just to be clear, we don't have votes in yet. Exit polls can be wrong from time to time.
Yep.
But it does look like, if these exit polls are accurate, that there were, and I mentioned this as a possibility in our last show, you're going to have a lot of people who are going to say they're Sliwa until the bitter end. And then when they go in, they're like, fuck it, he can't win, we'll vote Cuomo. Right? That was going to happen to an extent. It needed to happen more than it did. And given the fact that these margins have tightened, like if this is what the final result looks like, then, we have to give thanks to a great New Yorker and a great American hero, Mr. Curtis Sliwa, because he will have really fucked the Zionists hard. Inadvertently. I mean, the guy's a total, foreign policy wise, the guy's an absolute fucking nightmare. I used to pull my hair out listening to him during the Iraq war days. Just a total fucking boot.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. He's easy to like.
Yeah.
But if you get into what he actually believes, you're not going to like him.
No, his politics are garbage. Absolute garbage. But he, man, they are going to be pissed at him. They're going to be pissed at him because it looks like Cuomo
he's going to be
close.
persona non gratis with those people forever now.
Oh yeah, because it does look like if Mamdani blew it out at 50%, then the conversation over Sliwa would be moot, because you can't get to a guy who's at 50% by definition. He's at 50. But if Mamdani's hanging out there in the mid 40s and Cuomo's down there in the high 30s, low 40s, and Sliwa's sitting there at 11 or 12 or whatever, yeah, man, they are gonna. They are gonna have it out for. Holy shit, is that gonna be that man? They are gonna be fucking furious with him. So that's where we stand right now. We actually do have votes now coming in. So we do have votes coming in now, and the votes now are 51 for Zoran, 39 for Cuomo, 8 for Sliwa. Let's take a look at where these votes are. So
I can't believe people voted for Zoran the moron.
So if you look, the Bronx, Mamdani, 51.8 to 38. Manhattan, Mamdani, 52 to 44. Queens, Mamdani, 48 to 39. Brooklyn, boom, 60 to 33. That away, Brooklyn. And Staten Island, you have 38% in Cuomo running it up there. Mamdani running third in the great cultural center of Staten Island. So yeah, you do have about a third of the vote.
We call it the forgotten borough for a reason.
Yeah, exactly. So you do have about a third of the vote in right now, because the early vote has dumped in. And so you have quite a few votes that have been counted. All right, now I'm going to switch out from there. We'll go to the New York Times piece here. Let me just make sure we got this. Okay. Beautiful. Okay. Unfortunately, it doesn't go like, neighborhood by neighborhood. That would be nice. Maybe
I saw an article talking about how Mamdani getting elected. Apparently, years ago, there was a somewhat serious effort for Staten Island to secede from New York City, from the incorporated city.
Yes.
And they're saying, well, maybe this is gonna push them to finally do it. Honestly, I'm not just saying this to be funny. Honestly, most people in New York would not notice if Staten Island fell into the harbor. We don't go there.
Right.
There's very little interaction with it. You almost never meet anybody from there. Really, we call it the forgotten borough, and that is what it is. If Staten Island became like Yonkers, that it's this part of the state but not part of the incorporated city, the average New Yorker literally would not notice any more than they would notice if Sri Lanka decided to, secede.
Right. Yeah, that is true. I never went to Staten Island in the years that I lived in the city. I never went there.
Dude, I've been there really. I didn't really go there until I did the tour to Staten Island. It's an annual 52-mile thing around Staten Island. That was maybe 3 years ago. I did it specifically for that reason. The only time I had ever been there until I did the tour to Staten Island was I got on the Staten Island ferry. I got off. I said, now I set foot on Staten Island. I got back on it and went back to Manhattan.
There you go. There you go. Did it. Yeah, I've been there like a couple times, but not when I lived there. Not when I lived there. Okay, let's move right on along here. All right, folks, we're just going to do a quick segment here. So today, Donald Trump gave us all a scare here by threatening to defy the court order, which demanded that he fund SNAP through the shutdown, at least partially. SNAP benefits, which increased by billions and billions of dollars, many-fold during crooked Joe Biden's disastrous term in office, due to the fact that they were haphazardly handed to anyone for the asking, as opposed to just those in need, which is the purpose of SNAP. Yeah, it's based on absolutely zero information. Will be given only when the radical left Democrats open up government, which they can easily do, and not before. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. So, Capitol Hunters tweets out, here it is, the constitutional crisis people feared. Trump openly defying a court order, and it's over. Denying Americans food. We are literally facing a constitutional breakdown over SNAP funds. This administration is making mistake after mistake. They can be beaten. Well, they are being beaten tonight. But Donald Trump's White House, of course, had to walk back that Truth Social post because they are under court order to release some funding. So President Donald Trump caused some confusion earlier Tuesday when he appeared to threaten SNAP benefits unless Democrats voted to reopen the government, despite court orders mandating that the administration keep the nation's largest food program running. Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt said Tuesday the administration continues to pay out SNAP funding using contingency funding, which is what two separate judges ordered on Monday. The U.S. Department of Agriculture had planned to freeze SNAP payments starting November 1st because of a lapse in funds during the government shutdown. So here is Carolyn Leavitt being asked to clarify Trump's truth.
Fully complying with the court order. I just spoke to the president about it. The administration is fully complying with the court order. I just spoke to the president about it. The recipients of these SNAP benefits need to understand it's going to take some time to receive this money because the Democrats have forced the administration into a very untenable position. We are digging into a contingency fund that is supposed to be for emergencies, catastrophes, for war. And the president does not want to have to tap into this fund in the future. And that's what he was referring to in his Truth Social post.
Oh, yeah,
so
sure.
The Department of Agriculture, as for the latest SNAP payment in the judge's order, put out guidance to states today on how to get that money to the recipients of SNAP, but it's going to take some time. The best way to get the full amount of SNAP benefits to those beneficiaries is for Democrats to reopen the government. So to anyone who is a SNAP beneficiary at home who needs that assistance, and the president was just saying, this is for people who are truly needy, who need food, who need this assistance from the United States government. Democrats are holding it up and making it difficult for the administration to get those payments out the door. So if you are at home and you want your SNAP benefits, call the Democrats and tell them to reopen the government.
Okay, so once again, this is just a dog that will not hunt. No matter how many times they say that this shutdown is the fault of the Democrats, they're stuck with numbers like this. So here is Will Cain on Fox News asking Mike Johnson, hey, how come, despite the facts being on the Republican side, of course, because it's Fox News, how come the people insist that this is the Republicans' shutdown?
NBC poll, 52% of Americans are blaming congressional Republicans and or Donald Trump, as opposed to 42% blaming Democrats. Why would the polls look like that when you are clearly voting to continue to fund the government? Democrats are not voting to continue to fund the government.
That's a great journalist. That's speaking truth to power. That's holding the powerful to account, is it not? Why don't people realize how awesome you guys are?
Yeah, he has an Edward R. Murrow award, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Well, for one thing, the polls are all over the place. I mean, CNN was reporting just on Friday of last week that Republicans were winning this as if it was some sort of political game. The only people who lose here are the American people. But those statistics like that, polls like that, don't surprise me. The entire media establishment is parroting the talking points of the Democrats every day. It's the most staggering level of gaslighting we have ever seen in American politics. Literally, the Democrats have voted 14 times to close the government down, where Republicans have voted 14 times to open it. And right after they cast the votes, Will, they go out and find the nearest television camera they can. They look right into the lens and they say, it's the Republicans' fault. I mean, it's just madness. It's absolutely the opposite of the truth. But I think the longer this drags on and the more pain that's experienced by real Americans, I think they're going to be digging beyond the headlines and looking to see who's really responsible, and the facts are very clear.
Well, that is a hell of a bet to make. That is really a hell of a bet to make. I mean, you talk about a political gamble. Hey, we think right now 10% more people think this is our fault than the Democrats. So you know what we got to do? We just got to stick to it and just, trust that as people feel even more pain, they'll change their mind. And I told you this from back before the shutdown happened, that ultimately, look, I mean, these things are complicated to an extent, but the fundamentals of this are so against the Republican Party. Why? Because of this, as we got into a few shows back. Yep. Like, you can't bullshit people about grocery prices, about gas prices, or about their health care. You just can't, because they have too intimate a knowledge of it, because they have to, because this is how they balance the budget. This is how they make ends meet every month. So when people's health care premiums next year are looking like this, $3,655 a month for a shitty healthcare plan where you still have potentially $20,000 in out-of-pocket expenses and $8,600 deductible. If that's what you're looking at next year, unless these subsidies are implemented or renewed, rather, then it's a fairly easy case for the Democrats to make that, like, look, we have no choice but to hold out to get these subsidies in, because otherwise look what's going to happen to healthcare.
Right.
And that's a very simple argument to make for people who need to know how much they're spending on healthcare every month. Just like when Joe Biden and all of the, his TikTok influencers tried to convince people in the 2024 campaign, no, inflation is not a real problem. It's slowed down. It's fine. You're fine. Trust me. Well, no, I'm not fine. People know what their budget is every month. They know they're not fine. And so this is the side of the story that the Republicans don't want to tell, is that the reason that the Democrats are sticking to their guns for the moment and continuing this shutdown is because that's the only leverage they have to stop this from happening. Now, at the end of the day, they are the minority party, which means they don't have leverage forever. If the Republicans are willing to just let everyone die, which, spoiler alert, they are, then the Democrats might have to eventually cave. But they have to be able to say on Election Day next year, a year from tonight, more or less, that they did everything they can. And that's why they ultimately are in the best political position. And that's why those numbers are just not moving no matter what the Republicans say. You can't hold people's health care hostage and expect to win a political battle. This is a lesson that's been learned over and over again in the last 15 years, starting, ironically, with Barack Obama, who made the false promise that if you like your doctor, you can keep them under Obamacare. When that turned out wrong, the Democrats took a bath in both midterms based on that. And so this is just a dog that's not going to hunt, no matter how many times they try and make it.
It has been amazing the way that they pushed a button on the paid influencers. And these fucking disgusting whores all came out in sync telling people, yeah, you know what? We should get rid of all subsidies, all food stamps. You know what? Most of this goes to illegal immigrants. Benny in the Closet, Tim Pool, Alex Jones. They just got all of these people instantly on the same exact page. Doherty, all of them hitting every day. Ms. Rachel is a demon. Don't listen to her. Like, it's amazing. It's amazing how much it is like the corporate media. Like, clearly there's some central organizing body that tells these influencers what they want them to be harping on that week. Problem is, as you say, people can see what their health insurance bill is going to be. Like, the future for people who really push this, whether in media, independent or otherwise, so-called independent or otherwise, politicians, is going to be very bad. This is going to be very bad because I suspect you're right. The Republicans are not going to cave, which means they are very much going into next year going to be the dog that caught the car. Like, how do you think people are going to react to that when they see that their health bills are that? How many people are going to be screaming, "This is what I voted for"? How many people you think you're going to be down for? How many people are that regarded? How many people are really that moronic? How many
Look at the
people
results tonight.
are living in their parents' basement under their parents' insurance so that they can be sitting there typing nonsense like that because they don't actually have to pay fucking health insurance? This is how fucked up this country is right now, because I'm planning on being out of the country for a few months. I'm looking at like travel insurance that specializes in that. Usually that would be a digital nomad who's going to be in multiple countries like that. There are specific insurance companies set up for that. What they charge in my age bracket, about $140 a month. One proviso: if you're American and you need to check back in and pop into the United States, only 14 days of coverage. They don't have that proviso for any other country. Why? Because any other country, they have their national health insurance. They wouldn't need to make a claim on that health insurance. That's one. Two, because we have a uniquely for-profit healthcare system, they're going to get charged if they wind up getting a claim by an American hospital in a way that no other country on earth virtually is going to hit them with. So they do not want to insure. And not only that, Americans are the only people who would be uniquely incentivized to just use that as their insurance.
Right.
Because total coverage, $345, total coverage. 145 is like emergency. $345 total. It's a fraction of what it costs here. But they're going to scream at you about socialized healthcare.
Yeah, of course. Of course. And to your point, if you look at the results tonight in Virginia and New Jersey, you're already seeing, the Republicans really slip. And that's before any of this has even happened. This is just on the news that it's about to happen. Right. So there's a very, I think most people understand at the end of the day, there's a very simple off ramp to all of this, which is put the ACA subsidies back in and then reopen the government. Like that strikes people as a very simple answer.
Right.
Whereas the Republicans are trying to force this Sophie's choice. Well, if you want the food stamp funds released, you're going to have to open the government without renewing the health care.
Or we'll starve people. That's how sick they are.
That is the way this plays. And even though it's a little more complicated than the average issue, because it's so intertwined with people's lives, they pay attention a little more than they do to the average issue. And so, that is quite the gamble that they are making for sure. All right, let's take some super chats and some Rumble rants. Go ahead, take some super chats there. We got a couple of big ones. Look at that.
I saw that. God bless them. God bless them. Okay. Alexander Wilson, the mob guy who planned to Sliwa hit Mikey Scars, has a YouTube channel, does he? He's got another one of those where they call mobcasts. The mobcasts. Yeah. He said Sliwa was disparaging Gotti's daughters on radio, and that was why he got hit. Interesting. GG14Y. Speaking of Elon, guess who Joe had on again? You didn't see? I did a segment on that. Yes, we had a little fun with that segment.
Yes.
Dark Matter Zombies for 100. Thank you, ma'am.
Wow. I think that's Landrew.
Woman.
I think Landrew is Dark Matter
assume.
Zombies.
Is that Landrew?
Yes. Thank you, Landrew.
So do we do the sound drop? Because we don't know if it's you, man.
No,
is it definitely him?
I'm pretty sure it's him. I'm pretty sure Dark Matter Zombies is Landrew's tag.
All right, so you can find it.
All right. Well, I don't want to find it because last time I did the soundboard, my thing froze.
I'll find it when I get a sec. Thank you for creating this program. Bringing solidarity for community is everything. Now that we are free from the Dick Cheney, we need a free Palestine. From your mouth to God's ears. Thank you, ma'am. Milkman, 1776. Come on.
Oh, wow. Thank you, Milkman. Wow, that's very generous of you. Thank you very
Best
much.
news show on YouTube. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tell that to the people who run the algorithm.
Yeah.
Andy Gardner. It was Dee Dee's coverage of the movie Rat Race, and I couldn't decide, so I chose both. And don't Google Dee Dee coverage next to it. Yeah, I can imagine what would come up there. And then once you do that, you're going to be getting similar things in your search engine
Yeah.
for like a month. Brad Gilbert, Cash.
Oh, cash, the money. All right, there we go. You owe me a Canadian 20 for this one, yeah, because you had to double down.
Yeah,
Cash, I like that.
Yeah,
Okay,
nice.
money
Oh,
Patel.
yeah.
There you go. That makes sense.
Eric Maines, Sliwa to troops. Okay, Angels. New intensive hands-on internship starting tonight. Learn to protect innocent citizens from enraged mobs of disgruntled Zionist voters. Starting with this guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably not too far from the truth. All right. Do we want to?
Yeah, I'll take over. EO Shush says if Zoran pulls this off, Russ will be forced to have a sex change, but that's not the bad news. He will like it because he's hot and want to show it off, but Zoran will make him wear a burqa. Thank you. My real name says, I know this is an election show, but any thoughts on Darth's death? It's really hard not to celebrate. Oh, yeah, no, I mean, he's a total scumbag. It's funny. I mean,
we just weren't going to like spend time on that on an election show.
Yeah, there's just too much to get into. But yeah, no, obviously, just one of the most evil men to ever serve.
I mean, today we are getting tired of winning. I will say that.
Yes. It's Vito P. Cool Blue could do a call-in pretending to be Marco Rubio. Sounds like him. Cancer sucks, you all rock. You think Cool Blue sounds like Marco Rubio?
A little bit.
That's
a little
funny.
bit. I could see that. A little bit.
Let's see here. Long-time fan. Love the show. Definitely some poetic justice having a Muslim win mayor of New York City on the same day Dick Cheney dies. Well, I tweeted that out. I said it's a real
that's
tragedy.
pretty crazy.
I said it's a terrible tragedy. Dick Cheney didn't live to see Mamdani win. Right? I was going to go and vote for kitchen utensils, but didn't seem worthwhile today. Thank you, Vienticus Prime. Appreciate that. All right, I'm going to bring in Cool Blue. All right, so Cool Blue, we have some numbers in from Passaic County in New Jersey, which are 60-40 for Cheryl. Now, you said that Trump won Passaic County. What margin did Trump win Passaic County by in 2024? Oh, got it.
Landrew is dead. Well, before I answer that, I'll let you know that Mikey Sherrill has been projected to win governor of New Jersey.
That is right. New York Times projects Mikey Sherrill, a Democrat, wins.
That's a sweep
in New Jersey. That is the governor's race right there. Well, Zoran hasn't won yet. We're still waiting on those numbers.
The Virginia lieutenant governor has been projected as a Democratic pickup. I think the name is Hashmi. I'm not sure.
Okay.
And I don't have the right screen open. But the attorney general race, that controversial Jay Jones, the Democratic nominee, not yet projected. That's 76% votes in, according to CNN. He's leading by 3.6 percentage points. 80%.
Yeah, New York Times, it says 81% in. He's up by 3.5. So he's probably going to win.
Polymarket was predicting like a 94% likelihood he would end up winning. And if that happens, Democratic pickups in Virginia for Governor Abigail Spanberger, Attorney General Jay Jones, and Lieutenant Governor Ghazala. I'm not sure if I got that pronounced correctly. Hashmi. So that's very important. And
what's up with that mayor's race in Minnesota? That's not today, right?
No.
What's that?
No, sorry.
Is that today? I don't know if that's today.
That's
next year.
I'm from Metro Detroit, Michigan, and we've got the first woman ever elected to be the next mayor named Mary Sheffield to replace Mike Dugan, who's going to run as an independent for governor of Michigan next year.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, yeah, so Cheryl won. So that's the news. And then Passaic County. Can you look Passaic County 2024?
Republican pickup in 2024 for Donald Trump. His margin was R plus 2.86.
Wow. Okay. So he was plus
Wow.
2, and now that's Democrat plus 20.
Wow. So that's almost a 23-point swing.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, that's what these ICE roundups will do. Like, I don't know what to tell. Like, again, like you took the most diverse Republican coalition you ever had, and you immediately start melting down about a DEI halftime show, less than 3 weeks into office. And then you start rounding up tamale salespeople, outside gas stations. And that's the result. That's the result. I mean, a big story of the night is the Latino vote. I mean, the Latino vote in Virginia was Democrat plus 30, more than plus 30. And in New Jersey, obviously, I mean, Cheryl is dominating. I mean, you had most
and she
poll,
sucks.
She's horrible. We just saw her. I mean, she's absolute no
terrible.
talent. She's a corrupt, untalented person. I mean, she's like Nancy Pelosi, but a few decades younger.
Has
she's
anyone
horrible.
checked on Jack Posobiec to see how he's doing?
Yeah, but this was dominance. She's blowing the polls out of the water. Now we don't know what the final margin will be, but the fact that this was called with only 63% of the vote in means she definitely outperformed expectations. No doubt about that.
Those exit polls can get adjusted to, any slight numbers increase or decrease.
That's right. All right, beautiful. Well, that takes care of that. Okay, let's see. What else do we got over here? Let's check in on Zoran. All right.
Zoran the moron.
Let's check on Zoran the moron. Okay. See, we are gonna miss any meltdown that comes in. So as we can see here, a little closer than some people had it, but that looks pretty solid. He's up by 8.5 with 70% of the votes in. That's gonna take a lot. It's gonna take a lot for the Paisan to make a comeback.
He's got it.
Yeah, one thing, the exit polls for New York City mayor is that Zoran Mamdani is leading both genders, male and female. That right away reveals that he would end up prevailing.
Excuse me, sir. I don't know what you mean by both genders. You mean all genders.
All genders. You meant all genders.
Okay.
We run a very clean.
I'm kidding, Cool Blue. You've been a fan for a long time. You know I'm joking. What is this both genders thing?
All right. Would this be a good time to do people who are going to flee New York?
Yeah, if it's quick, because we could have a call any minute. So I'm going to keep one eye on the ticker here. But yeah, that's a good idea. I like that idea.
Okay, Polymarket just in. 1 million New Yorkers claim they will flee the city if Mamdani wins tomorrow, to which my compatriot responded, "We're calling it based Nakba."
Yes,
if
that's
you
the base
if you don't
Nakba.
Follow the Keaton Weiss account, he's been dropping a lot of bangers.
That's our Nakba tomorrow.
Yes. Based Nakba. We should. Okay, now that's a shirt we should make.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. So you're telling me there's going to be cheaper rents, more free seats on the subway, and fewer overbearing Jewish racists. Okay.
Yeah,
well,
yes. All of which we are going to take a look at.
Yeah.
This meme was probably pretty on point. If you read a lot of these things, I spoke to 10 blacks, all Cuomo. The polls actually have Cuomo leading. If Mamdani wins, I am leaving New York. Yeah, it's probably a bunch of people working in a bot farm who are putting up those comments. Because do you ever meet people who actually believe things like this or say things like this? Like, it's a very small number of people that is greatly overrepresented online. Now, that is partly the loser living online factor, but it's also partly artificial AstroTurf engagement. George Santos. I don't know why you would tweet something like this. Sadly, if you're George Santos, it seems that my family and I will be departing the city I've called home my entire life. NYC will become a very dangerous place to live in if we elect Mayor Mamdani, And that is a risk I am unwilling to take now that I want to start growing my family. To which that gay guy candle company responded, "You're leaving because of Mamdani? Sounds like he's already taking care of crime." Now, just to point out how deeply unserious the people who are supporting Trump, who are part of MAGA, who are backing Cuomo, these, Republicans or right-wing Democrats, what a bunch of fucking freaks, hypocrites, and losers these people are. They scream about crime. They love this guy, George Santos. I saw that at the Bronx MAGA rally. George Santos was there working for OAN. Everybody wanted to get a selfie with him. Everybody loved him. You're going to talk about corruption, and this is what you embrace? At that point, you're just a fucking weirdo. Like, you're just a weirdo. These are that is one thing Waltz got right. These people are very weird. They are very weird.
Yeah, that was
Rosenberg.
good branding.
My Long Island crew will be mad, but I have to be honest. I'm happy for George Santos and glad he's going home. He was on with me 3 days before he went away and was very sorry for what he did. He was sincere. Great move by Donald Trump. Enjoy your second chance, George. Okay, man, you could go scream about samurai in Times Square, or you can glaze George Santos and wish him well getting out of prison. You can't do both. But they know they're not talking to the brightest, and they're not, from meeting Sid Rosenberg, he's not the sharpest knife in the drawer himself. But here's the New York Post ginning this up. Spoiler alert. 1 million people are not leaving New York. I wish they would, but they're not gonna. Nearly 1 million New Yorkers ready to flee NYC if Mamdani becomes mayor, possibly igniting largest exodus in history. Poll. Around 765,000 people of the 8.4 million residents who call New York City home are preparing to leave, with about 9% of New Yorkers sharing that they would definitely leave the city if Mamdani is elected the 111th mayor. The Daily Mail reported, well, there you go, of course, citing a survey conducted by JL Partners, the very reputable JL Partners there. Another 25% of New Yorkers, about 2.12 million, said they would consider packing up and leaving. Among high earners, 7% of those making over $250,000 a year said they would definitely flee.
All right, I have to stop you. Well, we're gonna pick this up for the clip, but we have to stop now because the New York Times has declared Zohran Mamdani the winner of the New York City mayor race. Wow.
Zionist tears,
what?
baby.
Wow.
Zionist tears, baby.
Wow.
Woo!
God damn.
Woo!
Oh, that feels good. Oh my God.
Human sacrifice, dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria.
That's what we have to look forward to.
Wow. I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing. I mean, for all the guys' faults, and now we're gonna have all the time in the world to talk about.
I got a press badge, man.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be that gets you into City Hall for mayor's press conferences. Now I'm gonna be covering those. I never used it before for that, but I will now.
For all the guys' faults, it is, as someone who's spent, almost all my adult life, essentially all my adult life, in and around New York City, as Russ, as a New Yorker, there's just no understating the seismic nature of the overstating. I'm sorry. There's no overstating the seismic nature of this. The fact that this guy's out there saying Israel can only exist as a state with equal rights, and I'm a self-proclaimed democratic socialist in New York City, home to the Rockefellers and the Carnegie. Like, there's just no overstating how amazing it is that this fucking guy came from relative obscurity. I mean, he was an assemblyman who went viral with a few videos. To actually win in the biggest city in the country, a city of 9 million people. I think about 1 in 30 Americans live in fucking New York City, about, more or less. And to go up against Democratic royalty twice and win. And so far, it looks like those exit polls may have been wrong. We don't know yet, but it's looking like he's holding pretty strong, close to 50. Yep. Which would make the Sliwa conversation. I mean, Curtis Lee was begging that he gets over 50. Curtis Lee was praying to God that Mamdani crosses 50. Because if Mamdani crosses 50, then there's no heat on Sliwa because it would have been moot, right? Because you can't catch a guy who's at 50. But if he comes in under, oh boy.
In some respects, it's a Rockefeller Republican town, but it wasn't always. You got to remember, this is the same New York City that created rent stabilization and rent control.
Yes.
Now, the post-Rockefeller New York would not have created that, but the post-war New York did. Rent control, they got rid of it pretty quickly, although it's grandfathered in. If the apartment was rent controlled, it's heritable, but the child has to live there and be able to prove that they live there. But I think it's only like 2,000 units left. And that is much, much stricter than rent stabilization. That's where you get New York apartments that people are paying $250, $300, $500 to live in that have been in the family since the 50s. But rent stabilization, hey, there is no place in the country where tenants have the protections that they have in New York. And that actually puts the lie to a lot of the hysteria that they put out. Well, you're saying New York was a great city. Well, it's had rent stabilization since the 40s or 50s. So how did it get great? If these kinds of programs don't work, clearly it has not held back New York's real estate development. New York's real estate is some of the most valuable real estate on the planet. Everyone wants to invest in New York. Now, if these kinds of socialist policies don't work, then why has New York succeeded according to your own estimation? According to your own estimation, it's everything's great here. Well, why? If it has these kinds of socialist policies that are far more robust, far more extreme than any place else in the country, by far. By far. There's nothing like New York tenant protections anywhere else in the United States, and it has the most valuable real estate. So why is that? If what you're saying about socialist policies is right, why are you praising New York? New York should be a absolute hellhole, shouldn't it?
Right. Of course. All right, folks, let's scroll. Let's see. Let's get the Zionist tears mugs out.
That's part of why I was vamping. I was giving you time. I knew what you were doing.
Yeah. We have a man. Well, I'm just scrolling here. I'm just going blind. We have a major Islam problem in America, says Laurel. The GOP refuses to address it because the entire party is influenced by Qatar. That's right. The entire Republican Party is influenced by Qatar. The Islamic takeover of America is in full swing. You would think Trump's not president anymore? What did Mamdani, is he the president now? I think you guys still got a grip on things. New York City, Virginia, and Minnesota all elected jihadi. Oh, did the guy win in Minnesota?
Oh, so is that tonight?
Maybe it is.
Cold Blue. Was that race tonight in Minnesota with the Ethiopian candidate?
Minnesota is Minneapolis, Minnesota is ranked choice voting.
Oh, okay. All right.
So we don't have enough information right now.
All right, but he's probably going to win because he didn't have a Cuomo running again. He didn't have the fund. All right, but that makes sense. I don't think Americans understand.
So he probably won too.
I'm assuming that's who she's talking about. Yes. How dangerous and violent our country is going to become. It's very sad to see. Mike Racine, friend of the show, great meme. We did it, Curtis. Nicely done, Mike Racine. See what else we got here. A lot of Americans allowed to learn the hard way with Takia.
Oh, Greg Foreman, friend of show, Greg Foreman.
Yeah, the Virginia AG race outcome is disturbing. Multiple outlets, I don't know if the Times has called it yet, but multiple outlets have called it for Jay Jones, the wannabe murderer there. So yes, just MAGA just really, really taking a hard one in the ass tonight. Up and down. I mean, all over. It's a blue bath, says Jack Posobiec. That's right. Well, it's a blue balls bath for you, Jack.
He's probably taking based on his tweets, he's probably taking a bubble bath in fuzzy slippers right about now.
Yes. Nick Sorter. Breaking. See, this is the good thing about Elon rigging the algorithm for all the MAGA chuds you
Yeah.
don't follow.
Because your
Zoran
whole feed is just that. You don't have to look for them.
It's all Zio tears. That's it. Zoran Mamdani has won the New York City mayor race, defeating Andrew Cuomo per decision desk. NYC will now be under the rule of a Ugandan communist. The only hope for the city now is people wake up and vote Republican after Mamdani bankrupts the place. Pray for New York. Well, appreciate your prayer.
I don't think he's considering the tourist incentive possibilities of an Idi Amin statue in Central Park. I think that's going to bring us a lot of tourism.
Yes. Yeah, there you go. Link Lauren, who called into our show once a long ways back. Yeah. He's a fucking moron who you shot off at the mouth about SNAP benefits without knowing the first thing he was talking about. What tonight shows is if MAGA isn't interested in a candidate or President Trump isn't on the ballot, turnout is lower for Republicans. Why it's exciting to have a midterm convention in 2026 where POTUS is heavily involved and visible. President Trump is the main event for the party. Yeah, for now, wait till those healthcare premiums go up. You already saw it. What you're seeing tonight is based on news of what's to come. It's not even based on entirely what's happened yet. You haven't even hit the iceberg.
And this is something these people never really take into account. They never want to reckon with. Trump did not win 2 elections. The Democrats lost 2 elections. They did everything they could possibly do to make their candidates unelectable in both of the elections that he won. They picked Hillary Clinton. Polling showed she would be the most hated Democratic nominee in the history of polling, but they rigged the process for 2 years in advance. And the whole Biden who couldn't form a sentence, but they thought they could get away with it. And I am sure their plan was to hand it off to Kamala once he got reelected. When that blew up, they tried to run Kamala, who couldn't even make it to Iowa. Like, there's not, he had everything perfectly lined up for him in both cases. And hey, in New York, that's why Mamdani is where he is. It was a perfect storm of factors where he's running against one of the most odious pigs in American politics in a city with escalating unaffordability. You combine that with the fact that he's got a lot of political talent, personal charisma, and personal charm, and he's running against the fucking Grim Reaper granny killer over there, and that put him over the top, man. I do not believe if not Cuomo, generic Democrat, had been running against him, I don't think he would have won. I think he because he's so talented, he would have come very close in the primaries, much closer than anyone would have expected, but I don't think he would have won against anyone who wasn't Andrew Cuomo.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's probably true. Because it was an uphill battle from the beginning. I mean, Cuomo's poll numbers were blowing him out of the water, and he was just the little engine that could. And because Cuomo was so untalented, he was unable to keep his numbers where they were. They just kept going down. And then you hit a tipping point, just in time for the primary, by the way. You hit a tipping point. He wins the primary, and then, they scrambled, and it was obviously not enough. Not enough. Not even close. Not even close. And the way the numbers look like now, yeah, he is hovering that 50% mark with now 83% of the vote.
May I interrupt?
There's Racine again. Thank you, my brother. Good.
Yes, Gold Blue.
Yes, go ahead.
NBC News is projecting that Jay Jones wins a Democratic pickup for Attorney General of Virginia.
Wow.
He's the one under controversy lately.
Yeah. He was the one who they thought might lose. Yeah, no, everybody's calling that race now. So, it's just utter domination. Utter domination. I mean, the Republicans are just having their asses ripped open and just being pounded mercilessly. That's my analysis from coast to coast.
There's
they
like
can thank the president.
John Holmes style remake.
Yeah. I mean, look, we're not Democrats here, but it's well deserved, man. They deserve to lose. They deserve to lose. I mean, this year has just been utterly horrible. The Trump administration has squandered any and all goodwill from any reasonable person. They're down to just the lowest of the low. People who will turn a blind eye to fucking Jeffrey Epstein.
Yep.
To
Absolute
the
scum.
Epstein client list getting a
Yep.
walk. The people who are okay with the Epstein client list getting to walk, that's who's left supporting Donald Trump, and they deserve to lose. That's it.
They're
That's
down to
ultimately
the
what it comes down to.
podcasters they're paying.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. Right.
All right. Can I
All right,
wrap up
let's go
that
back
segment?
to the segment. Yeah, let's go back.
All right. Men were more likely than women to say they'd leave. 12% of men and 7% of women say they're sure to move, with roughly, well, as a single man in New York City, that math works for me, with roughly a quarter of each group considering it. Voters ages 50 to 64 showed the strongest desire to flee, with 12% certain and 33% weighing a move, according to the poll. By race, 13% of white New Yorkers and 11% of Asian residents said they would definitely leave. Staten Island voters led the stampede, with 21% saying they'd go and another 54% considering it. Again, the 100% could leave. We wouldn't notice. In Manhattan, 6% say they'd flee and 20% are unsure. In Brooklyn, it's 8% and 18%.
Well, I can't wait. Maybe the family and I will be moving back.
Maybe you'll come back. Now, this is how tone deaf these people are. They think that's a threat, and really it's very don't threaten me with a good time. I have a section, if you watched my Weird New York tour online or if you came in person, I talk about the Will Smith movie because I go to the place where he's supposed to have lived in, what's it called?
Yeah, on Washington Square, right?
Yeah. What's the name of the movie?
I Am Legend.
I Am Legend.
Yeah.
So I talk about that and I say, when New Yorkers watch these kinds of movies where Godzilla destroys New York, I swear to you, every single New Yorker is wondering what the rent would be if that happened. Every single New Yorker. So you see Will Smith move into the row, live in one of those townhouses off Washington Square Park. You're like, yeah, bring on the vampire apocalypse. The idea that a million people leaving New York to New Yorkers, to real New Yorkers, not billionaires who are enjoying living in an outdoor mall for the affluent, like actual New Yorkers. The idea that that's a threat is very don't threaten me with a good time. And especially these kinds of people. Addie, I'm one of them. Okay, well, let's look at her profile. Writer, news, USA, Israel, photos, Zionist. Bye. Who do you think is gonna not see that as a selling point, that people like you are gonna get the fuck out of New York City? Israeli Consul General even said that many will sell their properties in New York and move to Florida if Mamdani wins. This just keeps getting better. It just keeps getting better. Wait, there's more. Israelis say they will never visit New York City if Mamdani wins and becomes mayor. Where do I sign? How do I expedite that?
Katz's will lower price on signature pastrami sandwich.
Yeah. Ricky Lucero. This will be great for New Yorkers. People selling their properties and moving out reduces demands, which will lower prices. You're not doing a great job of making this sound terrible. Ding, 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 ding. Exactly. Kenneth Cole, of all fucking people. Under a Mayor Mamdani, New York's fastest growing export will be New Yorkers. Ooh, hashtag if the shoe fits. So I responded to that. Are you saying that you're going to leave and take all the criminal gentrifying scumbags that have turned NYC into an outdoor shopping mall for the affluent with you? And do you think average working people will see that as a bad thing? Don't let the door hit your ass on the way out, douche. And James Lee lays this out very well, because this is what everybody in New York is thinking. He doesn't even live here, and he figured this out.
Now, it's been a second since I've taken a class on this, but based on supply and demand, I remember this chart, less demand means lower prices. Wouldn't this be an instant win for Mamdani, who the only thing he talks about is this affordability crisis? And once again, based on just this chart, the rent prices would come down without him even doing anything. So then I put all this information into Grok and asked it to estimate what the rent impact would be if 9% of the population just left. And it did this whole calculation, and it came up with the answer right here, which is minus 14%, meaning that there will be an estimated 14% decrease in the monthly average rent, or around $560 per month. That's pretty slick. But of course, Elon Musk wants to remind people that a vote for Curtis Sliwa is really a vote for Mumdumi, or whatever his name is. Vote Cuomo.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That New York, in my experience, kind of hit its sweet spot for like normal people pretty much in the 90s. Pretty much in the 90s. Look, realistically, people who are, in the arts like me would enjoy a 1978 New York. I'm a reasonable madman. I understand that wasn't good for like the average person or families. And there were dangers there that, for someone who's just trying to live their life are not worth braving so that CBGBs can be cool. I get that. All right. You had this little window in the mid 90s where you still had the after effects of white flight. The city had emptied out. That's why everything was so cheap in the 70s, 80s, and into the 90s. It took some time for all of these suburban kids to come in, drawn by this post-Giuliani promise of it's going to be a very low crime New York, followed by Bloomberg, who came in and said it's going to be catered to wealthy, upscale consumerists. Sex and the City to me was the big sandwich board that helped to bring all of these people in. I literally knew a lot of people in the 90s, particularly women, obviously, who moved to the city with that fantasy. And that's a very different kind of person from the people who had come there before, who came, they were drawn by the mystique of the Ramones or Joseph Papp to the theater. They wanted to do Shakespeare in the Park. The kind of person who just wants to come and wear Jimmy Choos, that's a really different kind of a person. And they remade the city in their image. And part of what made that possible was this increasing population density, where you had the combination of more demand and a more upscale kind of person driving that demand. And it killed the city's soul. The whole time that I was growing up, I'd always hear from the older people. I was that kind of kid. I loved to listen to the adults talk. They're also, oh, somebody has to clean up the city. Somebody has to clean up the city. And that's how Giuliani got elected. You talk to those same people 10 years later. I miss the clam bar that used to be there. I miss the way it used to be. They never anticipated that when it got cleaned up, it wasn't going to be cleaned up for them. It was going to be cleaned up for carpetbaggers who were going to come in and displace them and get rid of everything that they loved. And that's where we are now. So when you hear them talking about they're going to leave, for real New Yorkers, good. Get the fuck out of here, please. Please give us back the pre-Bloomberg New York City. Now, in reality, you can't get that back. It's a different world. It's a different culture. It's a different society. It's a different world. You're not going to get that back. But will you get back a place that working people can live in again? Maybe. I think you can't really even get that without having some kind of a revolution. And you can't have a revolution just in a city. Like there are questions there of how they're going to, just like they punish socialist countries, they're going to punish New York. They're going to punish this city. Trump, I don't think he's bluffing about withholding funds from New York. What does that do? Does that turn it back into a cool place to live? Maybe. It remains to be seen how that plays out. A lot of people will leave, though. And I can tell you, as somebody born and raised here, most of them are going to be the people who should leave.
Well, yeah, I mean, they are going to sabotage New York. And that is really why a lot of these, very rich people have been so adamant that Mamdani must be stopped because they don't want to have to sabotage New York. They love it. It's a playground for the rich now.
Right.
They don't want to have to punish New York. They love New York, but they cannot have an example be set. Like, don't forget, like now people are assuming that, Mamdani is going to be the thing that the Republicans run against next year because Mamdani is going to be so horrible in New York that we're going to use Mamdani to brand the Democrats as all these socialists who destroy cities, and that's going to save our ass in the midterms. That's what the Republicans are thinking right now, and it is in the interest of the oligarchs to make that happen, and the way they make that happen is to sabotage the city, which they would have rather not done because they love it, because it is their playground now. But I thought this is a fitting end to this segment. The Mamdani campaign just released this video on their socials, which I think is nicely done.
The next and last stop is City Hall.
There you go.
Boom.
Nicely done.
Nicely done.
Nice work. Nice work. Absolutely. All right, let's take some super chats. When we will continue on.
P. Walker. People should be questioning why these subsidies directed to blood-sucking corporations are considered the solution to a criminal cartel racket. Yep. They love socialism for them, not for you. Heavy Snack. Puxatawny Phil saw the results and predicts 12 more months of Christo-fascism. Yeah, you're right about that, unfortunately. More than that. Bennett W. Mazel Tov, Mamdani. That's it. Or as our friend at the rally said, Mazel Tov.
Mazel Tov.
I don't know
Mazel
where the fuck
Tov.
she got that from.
Yeah.
Been around a lot of Jews, man. I never heard it said that way.
Mazel Tov.
Sparky. Great work. Keep on trucking.
Thank you, Sparky.
Thank you, Sparky. Segkeg. Well, better a CIA goon in state offices than federal office, perhaps? LOL. Walter Kern prediction re-NYC was wrong. Oh, really? Really? That guy was wrong? I can't believe it. I can't believe that guy who seems like one bad day away from robbing a liquor store was wrong about New York. Who could have seen that coming? WEF dog. The PBD podcast crew upcoming meltdown over Zoran winning will be amazing to see. Russell will be able to fill up 10 cups of tears just from them. Yes.
Oh, we'll have more of that on Thursday. So our friend Caleb Maupin is joining Thursday for an interview about his book, and then probably the rest of the show is going to be devoted to meltdowns because we'll be able to put them together.
I mean, he'll be good to talk to about that too.
That too. Yeah.
Virtuoso. I'm going to start a petition to convert St. Patrick's Cathedral into a mosque.
He should ban alcohol. That should be his first action. All the bars closed. That's it.
Observance of Ramadan mandatory.
They should make the Rockettes trans. The Radio City Music Hall.
We have our first trans Rockette this year.
No, all of them. The whole line.
We have to. It's equity. All these years we've had all of these cisgendered Rockettes. Now we have to make them all transgender for several years. Zach Howard. Cheney shuffles off this mortal coil and Mamdani wins all in the same day. Not bad, all things considered. Love your show, guys. Don't ever change. If we could change, we would have changed and we'd be wealthy.
Yeah, this was a pretty bitchin' day, I gotta say. Started off on a great foot and ends on a good note.
The return of Tusker. Look at that
Look
shit.
at that.
Tusker gifted 10 Due Dissidents memberships. Thank you, Tusker.
Wow. Thank you,
That's
Tusker.
very, very generous of you. Zach Howard misspelled Mamdani in my other post. Sorry, fellas. That's all right. You're not the first today.
You misspelled it there again, sir. I got news for you. It's M-A-M, as in Mary.
Yeah,
D-A-N.
Mamdani.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'll be another
Say it
$2,
again.
please.
That's another $2.
Yeah.
Tusker, bought some memberships because you two are the best around. And thanks to Cool Blue for being the DD election correspondent. Aw, thank you.
Thanks.
Oscar.
Thank you very much.
You.
And yes, thanks to Cool Blue. Shout out to Cool Blue.
Yes, thank you, man. Do you
By
have
the way,
a
follow
segment you
Cool
want to
Blue
do?
on X.
Or?
Yeah. We'll do that. But follow Cool Blue on X at Cool Blue 71. Give him a follow. Make sure you give him a follow because he has been helping us out this evening. So appreciate Cool Blue as always. All right, let me take some Rumble rants here. Rienticus Prime. I must admit, I am looking for the other team version of the woman who was crying to the heavens when Trump got elected. Yeah, there will be plenty of that. There will be plenty of that. I can't wait for Bill Ackman's Screed.
Oh my God!
I'm already seeing some of this. Some Michael Savage. He's posting on Facebook. What are these? Slimy Sliwa, the nobody, just elected the Muslim Brotherhood. I told you he was a self-serving thug.
Best in the business. Best in the business.
Best in the business. I told you he was a self-serving thug. Calls him a thug. Guy's been like shot by the mafia 35 times, and he calls him a thug. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, no, it's good stuff. Good stuff tonight. That's for sure. There's more where that came from. I told you it's a self-serving thug. That guy's the best. There's no touching that.
He
guy.
is the best.
Yeah.
And maybe he can fill in when I'm in Laos.
Yeah, that'll be something. Rogan platforms Elon to brainwash working class men.
Yeah,
I stopped listening to him years ago, realizing I have nothing in common and can't afford the leisure lifestyle they jerk each other off about. Exactly. Exactly. Yep. Tommy D 71 Clerks. My girlfriend sucked 37 dicks in a row. Okay, yeah. So you knew the number. I knew the scene. I didn't remember the number though. I remember he says, "Don't suck any dick on the way to the car." Yeah, in the parking lot. Society is like a stew. If you don't stir up every once in a while, then a layer of scum floats to the top. I Am the Owl says Jay Jones is actually cut out perfect for American political office. He's already on board with killing kids, which seems to be a prerequisite for American politicians these days. Exactly. Good one. That is stinging humor there. I Am the Owl. Yeah, he's actually pulling away. He's now at 52 and Miaris at 47.5. So he actually won fairly comfortably for a guy as polarizing as he is. And Cheryl's up by 13 in New Jersey. That to me is the most surprising result of the night, is that she's winning by that much.
Well, we just got, Chris Cuomo has been just going full on crazy about his brother losing. One is we don't want the Muslims here. We want them there. Just going crazy. Now he's just gone nuts. He's just gone nuts now.
I can handle things. I'm smart. Not like everybody says. Like dumb. I'm smart and I want respect.
Yep. He's crashing out.
He's crashing out. He's crashing hard, man.
That's a crash out. That's what we call a crash out in the business, everybody. I'm gonna have to go to X to see some stuff here. What do we got? We still got to do Kash Patel because that's in the thumbnail. That's as advertised. Man, that's amazing. What a night. Megan Kelly says, "God save Republicans and their children in Virginia." Yeah, they're really troubled by the Virginia result because they thought they were going to win that attorney general's race. The other races, I think they kind of figured they would lose. But yeah, the attorney general's race is pretty upsetting for them. They're now reporting every single county in Virginia has shifted blue. Every single one.
There's a price for being a disgusting freak. They should have known that from their own victory.
Right. Exactly. They should have known this in their own victory. Yeah, if you look at that, that's pretty commanding there. Pretty big shifts just about everywhere you look. Wow.
They won on the argument that the other side is on the 20 side of 80-20 issues. Where did you think you were? Like, did you really think 80% of the country wanted you chasing down gardeners and sending them to a dungeon in a foreign country? Like,
Right.
Did you really think that's where people were at?
Right. Or that 80% of you people wanted you to cut Medicaid and Medicare when you explicitly said you weren't going to.
Right.
Right.
And
In the campaign.
explode the healthcare premiums even of people who are buying insurance on the exchanges. Like,
Right.
did you think that's what they really wanted? Do you think
What
they
about a
really
$40 billion
wanted a president who
Argentina?
pardons crypto criminals, who
No.
doesn't remember it, who
Mhm.
can't explain why he did it, who clearly uses the presidency as a scam to set up dodgy crypto coins, and lets his family go scam with phone schemes and shit like that? Like, how did you think this would play to the public? Like, how far did you think this could go? The
Yeah.
Great Gatsby party, we never got to it, man, but that was amazing. At the same exact time that they're cutting food for people to have a Gatsby party.
Yeah.
Like, that is some fall of Rome shit right there, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. What about a $40 billion bailout for Argentina? Who's that
For
for? Like, what
Argentina.
you think that's not taking the 20% side? That's taking a 3%. That's a
Right.
one. Who?
Right.
Who wants a $40 billion bailout for Argentina? That's not even 20%.
Bombing
Would want that.
fishermen off the coast of Venezuela clearly is a run up to a possible invasion. You think
Right.
people want to invade Venezuela?
Bombing Iran for Israel.
Right.
Who's now saber rattling again. Yeah.
And just Israel overall, the support for Israel overall. That was a devastating issue for Harris. You didn't think it would be for you?
Right. Right. Yep. 100%. No, it is really amazing. Rodney Dangerfield said, once they treat thy neighbor as thyself, do I have to jerk him off too? It must be what Cuomo means by taking care of the Don, or should I say the little shriv. Thank you. Russ, are you starting a Give, Send, Go to Sue Rappaport? So I'd be happy to donate and pray for you. and pray. and pray for you.
You know, man, I've been so busy, like, after today, actually, because now the election has happened. I've got some time to think about it. If I do, it'll probably be Friday because I have time. Like, you can go to any precinct. So
Right.
if I don't even have to leave my neighborhood, I'm kind of like, why not?
He will be
Like,
praying.
why not
He'll
file
be-
charges against Michael Rappaport?
He'll be praying over it. He'll be praying over
I'll be
the
praying
decision
over it. I'll
this week.
put the box on my head like Michael Rappaport.
Yeah. Cheney died. I didn't know that you know that till you guys said it. Sam Kinison would say Cheney would blow the devil's job when he enters hell. The devil will look like Ronald McDonald next to Cheney. Thank you, 007 Angelo. Buster Blue Sun says, love the show, and I really love the intro music. It's so good. Well, thank you, Buster Blue Sun. So, folks, please do smash that subscribe button over on YouTube. We got a big crowd in here tonight, 2766 over on YouTube and 1230 over on Rumble. All right, before we move on, I do want to tell you guys about one of our dissident sponsors, The Grifter's Bible. That's right. That is a mind-bending novel by El Shabooms, and it's now available as a free weekly series on YouTube with a soundtrack by Monumental Sonic Architecture. Follow the First Electric Church of Jesus Christ as they combine the bleeding edge of Black patented neuroscience with the state-of-the-art in Michigas to beat the Great Recession. They sell visions of God to the huddled masses of Deep Ellum, Texas, and the money pours in until the local competition, the police, and the U.S. Navy decide to put a stop to it. There's ass whoopings, car chases, and a showdown at high noon on Good Friday in Dodge City. It's sci-fi noir. It's a picaresque thriller. It's a Western from 10 minutes in the future. It's The Grifter's Bible, a film series by El Shabooms with a soundtrack by Monumental Sonic Architecture. New episodes are posted every Monday at the link right there, youtube.com/at El Shabooms. Today's Tuesday, which means a new episode dropped yesterday. Reviews are very good from those who have followed this novel as video series. So please do go and subscribe and support our dissident sponsors. All righty. Okay, let's see what we got here. 88% of the vote in. Mamdani at 50.3 to Cuomo's 41.2. So really what happens in the final math, it looks like, is you did have quite a bit of the Sliwa vote consolidate into Cuomo. But it also seems like the polls, because there were like two schools of polls here. There were some polls that had Mamdani in the low 40s with Cuomo up in the high 30s, which was kind of tight. And then you had a lot of polls where Mamdani was at 50 Cuomo's at 32, Slee was at 15. So it seems like those polls were closer to the truth. It seems like Mamdani was around 50 the whole time, and you had consolidation between Sliwa and Cuomo, but it wasn't going to touch Mamdani at 50 because it was never that close to begin with. So that seems to be the story there. Because Sliwa's at 7 points. There were a lot of people who were saying, hey, if Sliwa ducks under 15, Cuomo has a chance. Cuomo would have had a chance if Sliwa ducked under 15 and Mamdani were where like the Atlas Intel poll had him, which was 43, 44. But with Mamdani sitting at 50, that consolidation is moot. You can't beat 50 in a two-way. You can't beat 50. Once you get 50, you win because that's the majority. So it doesn't matter what else happens.
They're still going to blame Sliwa. They got to blame. They got to blame somebody. They got to scapegoat somebody.
Well, it was a shit night for the Atlas Intel poll too, because the Atlas Intel poll, they were the gold standard of 2020 and 2024. They were the most accurate, and they shit the bed a couple times. They shit the bed here, where they said this was a 4-point race. They also massively shit the bed in New Jersey, where they had it as very, very close. And New Jersey, to me, that's the most surprising result of the night. She's up by 13 points with 84% of the voted. She was only supposed to win by between 5 to 10 at the outset. So she's actually blowing it out of the water. A person we just told you, a corrupt defense stock trading profiteer with no charisma and no talent whatsoever, is blowing them out by 13 points.
I can't believe Posobiec wasn't able to move the needle.
Yeah, he wasn't able to get it done.
Yeah.
Wasn't able to get it done. Yeah,
he was like the only one obsessed with that race.
Yeah,
everybody else was obsessed with Mamdani. He was obsessed with Chitterelli.
Well, there were some polls that had that race as kind of close, and what are they going to answer? You talk about them having to answer for that. I mean, they were massively wrong. That's a blowout. That's basically as big a blowout as Virginia. Spanberger's up 57-43, and you got Cheryl up 56-43. So those were two wipeouts.
You want to do Savetsky?
Wow. Here, let me do Kash Patel since that one's on the thumbnail, and then we'll do Savetsky after that. All right, let me make this happen. All right, folks. So we're gonna do a fun one here. So this is not election related, but this was a fun story. FBI fires top official amid Kash Patel's outrage over reports of agency jet use. Here's a funny story. A top official with 27 years standing has reportedly been fired by the Bureau after its director, Kash Patel, became enraged by press stories revealing he had used a government jet to travel to see his girlfriend sing the national anthem at a wrestling match. I mean, what a paragraph. What a paragraph. Man, how did these people lose?
Ever. It's the best
how did
ever.
These guys lose by 13 points in New Jersey? How'd they lose in Virginia? How'd they get their ass kicked tonight? I mean, that is idiocracy. That's the plot of idiocracy.
Yes. It is a level of a kind of a crackpot corruption that is unique in American history. I don't think it really has any parallel.
My Mossad honeypot girlfriend is singing country music at a wrestling match, so I need to fly out there on the public's dime during a government shutdown. I mean, you can't make that up. You can't write that's like Mad Libs. I mean, it's just like it's absolutely insane. Stephen Palmer, who had worked at the Bureau since 1998, was fired as head of the FBI's Critical Incident Response Group, which is responsible for handling major security threats, as well as overseeing the agency's fleet of jets. He was the third head of the unit to be dismissed since Patel became the second Trump administration's FBI director in February. Bloomberg Law, which broke the story, said that three unnamed sources had expressed astonishment at the sacking, given that Patel's flight schedules were fully public and trackable on websites. A day after her performance, Patel himself had reposted photos showing him together with his girlfriend, country singer Alexis Wilkins, on his X account. So yeah, it made no secret. It wasn't like they were putting him in danger or anything.
Now there's the same guy who wrote a whole book about all the corruption he found in government.
Yeah, exactly. There he is. There he is with the girlfriend. These are pictures that she posted to her X account. According to Bloomberg, Patel had become furious over stories published after the event about his use of the FBI jet to go on the date with Wilkins. Soon after, Palmer had been told he could resign instantly or be fired. The dismissal was made official on Friday. Flight logs publicly trackable on FlightAware for Patel's plane, N708JH, show that the jet landed at an airport near Penn State on October 25th. That evening, Wilkins performed at a Real American Freestyle Wrestling event, and the flight logs show Patel's FBI plane later flying to Nashville. Records for the movements of the jet were blocked on FlightAware as of Sunday. A search for the government jet generates a message saying that it is not available for public tracking per request from the owner-operator. Yeah, there it is. This got 8 million views when it broke on X. So if you look, yeah, it says right there, United States government, Washington, D.C., this aircraft is not available for public tracking per request from the owner-operator.
Wow.
Oh, Jesus Christ. All right. So that's not all. Kash Patel, didn't just have words for his team behind closed doors about this. No, he very indignantly took to Twitter to defend the honor of his girlfriend, the country singer at the wrestling event. I am proud of the work of this FBI. We're taking violent criminals off the streets in record numbers, crushing the fentanyl crisis, dismantling cartels, saving children, hunting down terrorists, and so much more. Let me be clear. We will not be distracted by baseless rumors or the noise from uninformed internet anarchists and the fake news. Well, yes, you will be distracted, but you are distracted by it. The fact that you did this is evidence that you're distracted by it. Like you posed in pictures with your girlfriend at the event that were made public online. The fact that you're having a meltdown, right? The fact that you're having a meltdown is proof that you, in fact, are distracted by this. I mean, this was just what? Because you were upset that you were embarrassed? But how embarrassed could you have been? There were pictures. Everybody knew where you were. I've always said, criticize me all you want, but going after the people doing great work, my personal life, or those around me, is a total disgrace. The disgustingly baseless attacks against Alexis, a true patriot, and the woman I'm proud to call my partner in life, are beyond pathetic. Now, this got community noted. Notice nobody attacked your girlfriend. No, nobody had anything bad to say about your girlfriend. We think she's a little wacky. She's a little eccentric. But
we think the
your
Israelis probably have a version of like the Red Sparrow program in the Jennifer Lawrence movie where they teach them how to be a professional honeypot
Yeah, right.
to suck in guys like you, but nobody said that.
Yeah, nobody said that. She is a rock-solid conservative and a country music sensation who has done more. Sensation? I don't know about that.
Is she really?
I don't think she's a sensation. No. Taylor Swift is a sensation. I'll give her that.
Yeah.
She
This
is a
bitch, I don't even know her name.
I don't even know her name. Rock solid, never heard of her. Rock solid conservative and a country music sensation who has done more for this nation than most will in 10 lifetimes. I'm so blessed she's in my life. Attacking her isn't just wrong. It's cowardly and jeopardizes our safety. Again, you guys posted photos of the event. What are you
and
talking
it's so funny. Isn't this one of the things that we found so loathsome of the libs, the safetyism?
Right.
The completely off base and inappropriate invocations of safety. AOC did it about people protesting at our events. Oh, there are people coming in from outside the district. Are they Americans? So shut the fuck up.
Right.
Shut up.
You guys posted pictures at the event. It's not like somebody took a picture of you at dinner and said they're at this address. Like,
right.
No,
Right.
like you posted pictures at a concert that she was performing at. Like, what are you even saying?
Right.
Attacking her isn't just wrong. It's cowardly and jeopardizes our safety. My love of family will always be my cornerstone. Okay, well, she's your girlfriend. You don't have a family with her. And you will never tear that down or keep me from them. I and this FBI will stay laser focused on our mission and continue the reform we promised, rebuilding this bureau from the ground up. And to our supposed allies staying silent, your silence is louder than the clickbait haters. What does that mean? People aren't sticking up for you? What? Benny Johnson hasn't rage tweeted on your behalf sufficiently? Is that what you're saying?
This was just too embarrassing even for the bottom feeders.
Right.
To go to that level of bottom.
Even Gunther Eagleman couldn't spare 4 words. We're with you, Cash. Like, he couldn't say that. Couldn't say this was too embarrassing.
She's a great singer.
She's a great singer. She's a sensation. So, of course, this only got worse. Readers added context they thought people might want to know. People are largely not attacking Kash Patel's significant other, but rather reacting to his firing of people who point out his usage of government funds to travel to her shows. The source that they linked to was the article that we used for the main piece in the segment. But they also linked to this. Patel's previous comments on FBI officials using private planes and taxpayer dollars. So to make matters even worse, yes, before he became FBI director, he lamented use of government funds to pay for luxurious travel. He's also suggested that Congress could withhold or restrict pockets of money to induce cooperation with its document demands. You ground Chris Wray's private jet that he pays for with taxpayer dollars to hop around the country. You take away the fancy new fleet of cars from DOJ that they're going to use to shuffle around executives, he said in 2023 on Cash's Corner. He was one of the clickbait haters, too. That's what's amazing about him, too. He was a clickbait conspiracy theorist hater. This was his business before he became FBI director. Right. You stop the construction of new buildings. What will a director Patel say if Democrats push to limit funding for his flights on FBI jets? Well, here's some more of Kash Patel advocating for the grounding of the FBI director's private jet before he got.
I'm not saying take all their funding. I'm not the I'm not saying take all their funding. I'm not the defund everything guy. I'm just saying Chris Wray doesn't need a government-funded G5 jet to go to vacation. Maybe we ground that plane. $15,000 every time it takes off. Just a thought.
Minimum.
Just a thought. Just a thought. I have to give a shout out to Kurt. He had a great line because Jimmy covered this with Kurt yesterday. Kurt says, as Kash Patel, he says, well, I need one because I'm in the Brahmin cast. That's a great line. I got to do a little cover joke there for Kurt. That was great. But yeah, I mean, what a clown. You fired a guy. Look, I don't like these FBI agents. Like I said, when they were all kicked to the curb, I said, fuck them and forget them. Let them starve on the streets. I don't like the FBI. I don't like these career FBI apparatchiks. A guy works there.
What about the X-Files?
Yeah, right. Yeah, okay, I guess. Guy works there for 27 years. Imagine getting fired over this after a 27-year career to be fired over chirping about his private flight to go see his country music singer Mossad Honeypot girlfriend rile up a bunch of chuds in the middle of Pennsylvania at some fucking Christian conservative wrestling event. What a story. What a
also, if I understood that article correctly, he just scapegoated him.
Yeah.
For the press. Like it's not he just blamed a guy for the backlash he was getting. Yeah. I'm sorry, man. I will say again, and I say it in the hopes that people will learn something from this. There were quite a few people who certainly had the knowledge and the equipment to know better, who were glazing this guy and Tulsi when they were going through their confirmation hearings. You knew everything you needed to know that this was exactly how this was going to go, that these were a bunch of freaks, weirdos, and crackpots. Kash Patel very blatantly lied about podcasts he had appeared on and during his confirmation hearings, lied several times. It was very obvious he just wanted that job to be a servant to Donald Trump and to pretend that corruption is all on the side of people who Donald Trump doesn't like. And there's not, because so many people were saying, no, you got to read his book. You got to read his book. I didn't read it. I was doing flights. I audio booked it. And it was pretty clear to me from listening to it. All right. So this guy, he's identifying corruption in the government and making it out that it's a phenomena of Democrats and enemies of Trump. and that's all he's going to go after. Like, he said it right there. So why anybody with any kind of knowledge who's not a MAGA right winger thought that this guy was going to be anything different from what he's been? You know, as we are simple country podcasters, we knew. There are a lot of people with a lot more knowledge, education in this area that we have who missed it. I still don't get that.
Yeah, no, he is quite the joke. Quite the joke. I mean, that is
He
just
wrote
funny
a
story.
fucking children's book casting himself as a wizard protecting King Donald. Like, what else do you need? What else do you need? I'm sorry. You know what this is? Actually, I'm saying I don't know what it is. I do know what it is. It's a manifestation of the peasant mind. You don't have to be a working person to have a peasant mind. We're monkeys. We're primates. There's a tendency to want to believe that some like big ape is going to come in and solve things. And even people who should know better, even people who you would think would be smarter than that, are susceptible to it. There's an energy and a vibe when a new administration comes in. And I think a lot of people, even people who should know better, they get caught up in that energy. They get caught, there's a new sheriff in town and they're going to put things right. Even if they have every logical reason to not see it that way, they get swept up in it. And I think the more emotionally invested you are in certain issues, like, say, Russiagate, and he kind of made his name calling out irregularities in that investigation, I think it can blind people to what they're looking at. And, you know, we're all human. I mean, it's very hard not to do that, but that's why I say it's a teachable thing for anyone who got swept up in the, new administration. You know, remember that next time.
All right, so we got some say these are symbolic. Obviously, we know the races are all decided. But this was talk of record turnout in New York tonight. Talk that the turnout would be over 2 million votes for the first time since I think 1969 or something.
Lindsay.
Yeah, largest turnout in many decades. So in 2021, when Adams won, Adams got 753,000 votes to Sliwa's 312. So your turnout there was about 1 million. So it turns out you have doubled the turnout, and now Mamdani has crossed 1 million votes. 1 million votes. So
he's killing Cuomo.
Is now a milestone that has
burying
been passed. Yeah, no, Cuomo's really not gaining. There was talk of Cuomo maybe gaining some ground in the same day vote, but that's not really the case because they say, well, Republicans tend to vote same day, Democrats tend to vote early. Well, they're all fucking Democrats in New York. Most of these people are registered Democrats. Vast majority of the people voting for Cuomo are registered Dems. And obviously the same goes for Mamdani. So yeah, no, he is holding strong right at 50%. With now over 1 million votes. So just a pretty incredible showing for him. And like you said, the only reason this is within 10 points is because half of the Sliwa voters just caved and voted for Andrew Cuomo. But if that weren't the case, you'd be looking at what a lot of the polls had this as, which would have been Mamdani 50, Cuomo 33, Sliwa 15. Right? It would have been that kind of blowout if people didn't just abandon Sliwa at the last minute. But Mamdani's numbers were not affected by any of that. He reached 50% in this 3-person race and just dominated. Just dominated. What a performance.
Fitting end to Andrew Cuomo's career.
Yeah, absolutely. Fuck him.
Yes.
Fuck him and fuck all these people.
Fuck him and fuck his piece of shit half-bright brother.
Yeah.
That motherfucker went all in on the Islamophobia.
Oh yeah.
The last month. And it got more and more hysterical as the month went on.
Yep. Fuck them both. Fuck them all. Fuck them all. That's great. Let me see here. Right here. You want to watch Fox News call the race for Mamdani? You want to get our raw reaction to that? Let's see.
Sure.
Let's see what they say here. This is 2.5 minutes. Okay, so this is Fox News.
We got to do one of those like Hillary style montages for Thursday.
Yeah.
of the meltdowns over Mamdani winning.
All right. So this is Fox News, I guess, realizing that New York has fallen to the Islamo communism.
So we got fresh eyes on the story right now and fresh eyes on the number. With about a third of the vote coming into New York, Mamdani holds on to about a 12-point lead over Andrew Cuomo, and Curtis Lee was in single digits. And that could be very important to try and figure out who is the ultimate winner here, because Sliwa's number is really something to watch, okay? Let me show you, just for, you're in the context.
That doesn't
Sean,
matter
I'll
if
show
he's
you
above
context
50.
4 years ago. Eric Adams, in a two-person race, won the vote in New York City with more than 2/3 of the vote throughout the 5 boroughs. Curtis Sliwa, his best showing was down here in Staten Island. It is the least populated of the 5 boroughs by a lot. Just about 500,000 people live there. But you see what Sliwa's number was, almost 70%. That's where you find Republicans. That's where you find conservatives. That's where you find moderate Democrats who are willing to vote for
That's where you
Republican,
find
in Staten
bodies
Island
that
here,
were
okay? But
buried by
watch
the mob
Sliwa's number
in
here
the
as I
70s.
tick on out here to the borough of Queens, which is fascinating. You see where it drops? 37%. Down here in Brooklyn, Sliwa's number goes to 24.5, right? It's just lower.
These are the
and
last
lower.
race. What are
The
you
Bronx, he's
talking
at
about?
21, and here in Manhattan and New York City, he's at a mere 15%, and that makes the point that you're making, Sean, about the prominence of the Democrat vote here in New York City. Let me come off of that, and before I pop around here, let me just see right here, okay? Mamdani holding right now with a 12-point advantage.
Why can't any of them
here
say his
in
fucking name?
New York. Give you
Yeah,
a
it's
sense
weird.
of what's happening
it's not
here
even
in
on
the 5
purpose with
boroughs.
this
All right,
guy.
you ready? Population, 8.5 million. We dropped 4% between the years 2020 and 2024. You got the highest median income, but you got the highest taxes in the entire
All
country.
right, wow, what a waste of time that was. Who gives a shit? All right. I don't know why. Who even, why would you even clip that?
Big surrender to the communists.
Yes. Oh, look, Barack Obama chimed in and offered his congratulations. Thanks for nothing. Thanks for fucking nothing. What did he say? What did he say here? He says, congratulations to all the Democratic candidates who won tonight. It's a reminder that when we come together around strong, forward-looking leaders who care about the issues that matter, we can win. We still got plenty of work to do, but the future looks a little bit brighter.
It shows that when you've got an FBI director who takes a plane to go see his honeypot girlfriend at a wrestling match, we can win.
We can win. That's right. Yeah. Oh, wow. Wow. Pretty amazing stuff. All right, let's do Savetsky.
All right, that'll be fun.
Okay, let's take some chats first. We got a bunch of chats. Let's take some super chats.
All right. Zach Howard. Misspelled Mamdani in my other post. Sorry, guys.
You're good.
Now it's time for a Harold Washington history story. Kenneth Topping. I live in Hell's Kitchen. I'm so happy for my Yemenis and other Muslim friends to have Mamdani in after demonization of Muslims since 9/11. Yes, that is true. That is a part of that story Mamdani brought to light in his speech, which, of course, the usual suspects were very dismissive of. JM, I'm hopeful for New York. Fuck those loudmouth clowns like Rappaport fucking clowns. Cheers, dude. By the way, it's JM using YouTube names now. It says JM there.
Yep. There you go. Thank you, JM.
Okay. David Santucci. You guys should market those Zionist Tears mug. Gavin Knock'em Dopular on it. That's what I'm saying, man. Like, because I look to see if they make them, and of course nobody does, but we would.
Yes.
Mr. Sea Dog. Free America from Israel. Thank you so much, guys. The day will come. The day will come. You know, man, something I took a lot of heart in this. When my landlord had his completely insane son living in the building, we went in hell. We went through hell here, man. Like the water would be out because he would break the water. Like, it was a woman who lives on the first floor. She said, nothing lasts forever. Nothing lasts forever. It's going to pass. And eventually it did. The whole Israel thing, it'll pass, man. It's not sustainable. It's not sustainable.
we're one step closer tonight. As much as Mamdani has disappointed, the fact that you had guys like Bill Ackman, Michael Bloomberg just go all in to stop him, and it didn't work. Not only did it not work, it didn't even come close.
Right.
That
Not even
is
close.
that is definitely a blow to Israeli influence, and that is why we were as interested in this race as we were, because it very much is a referendum on the Israel lobby's influence, right? Like, this was a real test. Can they swoop in even after losing a primary in unlikely fashion and crush I will say an anti-Zionist candidate, since, to be fair, he's never wavered on Israel's right to exist as a state of equal rights as opposed to an apartheid state. Would they be able to crush someone who's hostile to Israel?
No, and credit where credit is due, man. That is not easy to hold that line with these fucking freaks.
Right, exactly. 007 Angelo says, place your Vegas bets that Rappaport will leave NYC if Mamdani wins. Rapp has colitis, but I guess the bet that won't be the reason he shits his pants tonight. LMAO, the jokes write themselves, gentlemen. Thank you, 007. Appreciate that. Yeah, I can't wait for his video. These snowflake Latinos, you kidnap their grandma at a kindergarten graduation and send her to Alligator Alcatraz, and they go woke and vote Democrat. Good one, EO Shush. I like that one. Go ahead.
All right, there's a little preview for my Thailand section. All right, so the Israelis are threatening not to come to New York anymore. Why would we not want such charming people coming to our country? So this has gotten a lot of people in Thailand angry. This is a viral video in Thailand. A woman asked the Israeli girl not to wear her shoes in the restaurant. This is how she responded to that.
Okay, thank you. You are not welcome here. That's enough. I'm sorry, but your money, but my money, okay? Build your country. Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, no.
Nice.
Please keep coming here. Please. Yeah. You're such charmers. You're such charmers. What will we ever do without Israelis in New York?
Yes. Sets says, Russ, is that the statue of David and friend on the shelf behind you? Yes, it is. Asking for a
David,
friend.
and that is, I haven't shown this in a while. I think we got a lot of people don't know what it is. That is a They Live figurine.
There you go.
That's what that is.
Also, can someone please check in on Michael Rappaport? I think he might be hiding up a water tower.
That motherfucker, wait until I charge him with assault.
Yeah. Noah Goop, Mamdani elected sirens in Tel Aviv. Thank you, Noah Goop. Vianticus Prime, hey, we had enough fucking problems here in New Jersey when New Yorkers left 5 years and brought the shitty fucking drive in here. Keep your gaggle of ass hats. Thank you, Vianticus Prime. Raven Laz says we should be on high alert for false flag in NYC or even the Zios. Yeah, no, I've worried about that as well. It's Vito. Hilarious. Turn the Rockettes into rock horror. Cancer sucks. You guys rock. Thank you, Vito. Rocky horror, that is. I gotcha. Thank you, Vito. Appreciate that very much. All right, let's go with Savetsky.
Okay, so speaking of the Zionist charm offensive, Randy Quaid, NYC, if you choose Mamdani, you are choosing to clog your toilets with overflowing shit, because that is what communism gives you. A toilet that does not work for everyone or anyone. Aha. Okay. Well, there are a lot of people all over this country living with crumbling infrastructure. You wouldn't say that the country is not kind of hyper-capitalist, right? So why is the country falling apart? Why are those godless communist Chinese building shit that's from the 23rd century? Looks like fucking Star Trek over there. Why is that? If it doesn't look like their toilets are overflowing. It looks like they actually have the toilets of the future over there. Yeah. They're automatic. Those fucking toilets talk to you. Looks like those communists are making some pretty good toilets. Representative Andy Ogles, Wake Up New York. He put out the actual video of the plane flying into the World Trade Center. He is co-sponsoring with Fat Randy the bill to or the proposition to get the Justice Department to try to deport Mamdani. Which brings us to Lizzie Savetsky, what we call an ASWMD, an anti-Semitism weapon of mass destruction. Every place that this woman goes, she makes 10 anti-Semites. So here she is trying to charm people into voting for Andrew Cuomo.
Yeah, I have a question. Why do you guys like crime so much?
We don't like
You
crime.
don't? No? So
No.
how do you feel about the NYPD? Yeah, good. No? You like crime? You like radical Islam? You like terrorism? Do you fund the NYPD? No. Oh, you don't? You know that Zoran has tweeted multiple times about defunding the police. You want to defund the NYPD?
I do.
Yeah, you do? That's good. I'm so glad to hear that you
Based.
hate this city. Are you saving New York City from socialism?
Oh.
Who's going to bankrupt this city? Good luck. You too. Have a fabulous day.
Yeah, no, that's going to persuade people. Some fucking deranged cunt in a fur coat screaming about how there's going to be exploding crime in the city. That's the way to win them over. So Max tweeted out over this. Few things satisfy like watching a 7K cartel member and wife of wealthy plastic surgeon frantically harassing disinterested passerby over looming Cuomo defeat. And our friend Keaton Weiss, friend of show Keaton Weiss, if you want people to stop and talk to you, maybe look less like a praying mantis with AIDS.
That's what she looks like. She looks like a praying mantis. Definitely looks like a praying mantis.
That was one of your better ones. That one I laughed out loud. That was a very good one. Yeah, all your shit's been very quality the last couple days.
Yeah, I'm on a roll. I'm hot
You're
the
on a
last couple
roll.
days. Well, the key is you have to say, okay, what do they
Well, because you don't
resemble?
usually tweet from your own account.
Yeah, I've been
You're
doing that
taking
more.
the handcuffs off over there.
Yeah, exactly. So I would say, like, okay, what does she look like? She looks like an insect, obviously. She looks like, and she looks like a praying mantis. She has this eyes and the facial shape. And then you say, okay, what's the vibe that she gives off? So the vibe is sickly. She's
going to bite your head off. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying like
a praying mantis.
Yeah, she looks like a praying mantis, but the vibe is she looks sickly. She doesn't look healthy. She doesn't look pleasant. Right. So that's where that
well, especially that video, that's part of what's striking about it. They're so lacking in self-awareness. She doesn't understand. She seems like the crazy lady in the neighborhood who harasses people.
Yeah, like why
that everyone has to walk around.
What do you think people are gonna say? Like, what do you like? Obviously, with the woman who had the Zoran poster, she's picking a fight with her. What do you think about the NYPD? She's like, I don't know. I don't know. This is the thing. Like, also, and I say this a lot. Like, when you spend all your time online, which obviously Savetsky does because it's what she does for a living, she's a paid influencer. You get the sense that like, people fit into these, very sort of like specific molds that are the online archetype versions of whatever politics they represent. Oh, if you're for Zoran, you must be for defunding the police. You must be for the gender transition. You must be for the, and in real life, like people are more complicated than that. They're also a lot more chill than that. Like most people don't think about politics that deeply to have a staked out position on every single issue.
Right.
The average person you ask, what do you think of the NYPD? Whatever.
It's
I don't think much of them, or most people just don't think much of them. At least white people in Upper East Side or wherever she was. Right.
I think the average person feels like
Yeah.
You need police, but there should be proper restraints on the police in order to ensure they don't abuse their power. I would think that would be the median opinion of most people.
Right. Like chasing people down. Like, are you saving the city from socialism? Like, you talk about just being in your own world, right? And that's partly Zionism, and the indoctrination, that these people go through. But that's also a function of being too online. Like that's what happens when someone who spends all their time online actually goes out onto the street and starts asking people questions. Like, not only do you not get the responses you're looking for, but people don't even know how to take you. They don't even really know what you're talking about. You just come off as completely bizarre.
Right. You're living in a bubble of crazy, mentally ill people, and you don't realize that you come off as mentally ill to people who don't live in that.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, a good example of that is the Elon ballot story. Do we have that? That's a quick one. Do we
I
have
do
that? I
have
feel like we should
I
do that.
do have that.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Let's do that. Let me just take some more Rumble rants here. EO Shush says Trump called Cheney on his deathbed and asked for advice. Cheney said, never go full Nazi. I went full Nazi. We got a Muslim terrorist president. Now you are getting a Muslim terror. Thank you, EO Shush. Sue him. Clap, clap. Sue him. Clap, clap. Thank you, Raven Laz. Healing Tarzan. You guys may think it's funny now. Just wait till he implements Sharia drag queen story. Yeah. Yes. Oh, man. That'd be fun stuff.
Do you want me to do some from the other side? Or
Yeah, do some super chats. Why not?
Derek Dominoes. Do you two really have any faith in Mamdani? No, we do not. He already sold out Venezuela. Also, what do you believe the odds of Zio false flag terror attacks in NYC in the next couple of years? All right. So overall, this has been our position on the whole. Freezing the rent is completely feasible in spite of what Cuomo claimed for a mayor to do. De Blasio did it twice. Because the mayor appoints most members of the rent board that votes on what the rules are going to be for new leases each year. They take a vote. Mayor has a lot of influence over that. That is probably, as a result, the most feasible of his big promises is a rent freeze. The grocery stores are going to be a harder lift, but again, not feasible. He's talking about a few pilot programs, and this has been done before. Fiorello LaGuardia set up a series of markets all around the city. Essex Market was just rebuilt and expanded into a new state-of-the-art place. It was so beloved. So it's not like we've never had publicly funded city markets before. That doesn't mean free food. That's not what that is. So it depends on how much resistance he gets from the city council. I'm not completely clear on whether he has to go through Hochul to get the funding. In terms of his position on Israel and Zionism, he has not wavered, although it is very concerning that he says he's going to keep on Tish. Although I don't know if Keaton's 4D chess theory is completely off. Will Tish agree to serve with the jihadi mayor when she's in the pocket of the ADL? Like, is she going to keep that job? Is he going to keep her in and then find a pretext to fire her, knowing that she's going to be insubordinate to the kinds of things he's going to tell her to do? We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, the answer is I don't think he's going to be nearly what a lot of people hope he will be. At the same time, I do think he represents progress beyond like an identitarian virtue signal. That's what I would say.
Yeah, no, I think well, he does. I mean, as a matter of fact, he does, as evidenced by the fact that all of these prominent billionaires and Zionists went all out to stop him, and it didn't work.
They went nuts.
Like that alone right there tells you that it's more than just like a Barack Obama movement. AIPAC didn't go all in to stop Barack Obama. They bought Obama, right? Like they like, so yeah. So in that sense, yes, it is significant. Whether I believe in him or not, that's a question for tomorrow. I mean, this was a major stress test. This was a major test. Could Israel crush someone who they perceive to be a hostile candidate in New York, even after they won the primary? Could they crush them? Could they stop them?
Right.
And the answer is no. And that is significant.
I mean,
it's
the
as
times are changing.
Like, I don't need to hear, of course. Yeah. Okay. He was, yes, he had a shitty take on Venezuela, and that's terrible. Fine. All right. Fine. The point is what's happening in the world is that Bill Ackman is going all in to stop this guy. And you could either be a part of the effort to push him over the top, to stick it up Bill Ackman's ass, or not. And, we played a very, 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 very minuscule role because of all of our reservations about him.
Yes.
Right?
That's why we didn't endorse.
Right, we weren't outdoor
We
knocking.
didn't throw
I
up
mean, we live in
links
New
to
York. We could have fucking
volunteer, to
volunteered. We could have.
fundraise. No,
Yeah, no,
we
we
didn't do
kept.
any of that.
We didn't do any of that. But I did feel it was important enough to cover it as extensively as we did because of this. This was a major test, and a lot of people who don't understand what a major test this is. I'm sorry to play this card. You don't know New York City. Like
Right.
if you know New York City,
Yes.
you understand what a major cataclysmic moment this is. And
Zionists.
yes, and what a battle this was over these past 6 months or so.
You're talking about a city where non-Jewish people speak casual Yiddish.
Right.
That they've forgotten is Yiddish. Schmear. This kind of thing.
Right.
Schmuck.
Yeah.
It's part of the local vocabulary.
Exactly.
If an anti-Zionist can win here, they can win anywhere.
Right.
That's it.
Exactly.
So he
So
can make
yes.
it here. He can make it anywhere.
Yes, it's also proof of concept. That's the other thing. It's also proof of concept.
Yes.
Right.
I'm gonna grab this one. Actually, you know what, Keaton? On topic. Why don't we throw up the fucking Batya shit? Because that's relevant, coming right out of what we're talking about here.
Well, what do you mean? What are you gonna do now?
The Batya video.
Yeah, but aren't we doing Elon?
Yeah, but first I'm doing this. Did you guys hear PBD's idea to help repair Israel's current reputation? Hold a comedy roast special jointly with Saudi Arabia, where all the best comedians in the world roast Benjamin Netanyahu and Israel, with the hope Israel will be able to take a joke and laugh. Well, I can see why he gets paid the big bucks.
Yeah.
With brilliant ideas like that. Thank you very much, Randy Ray. I'm just saying, because we're coming right out of a discussion about the electoral side of it. Maybe just jump ahead to the Batya.
All right, yeah.
thing,
Let me do the
and
Batya
we
thing
can
now.
go.
Here, I could throw that up. I mean, you want me to do that? Because I get more into that. Like I have some receipts for that.
All right, so throw that up, and I'll add to it with
Supplement,
the
right.
CNBC thing. All right.
All right, very well. All right, everybody. So some coping was done in advance this afternoon. Batya Ungar Sargon went on Tim Pool's show to talk about how Zoran's base is overprivileged wannabe hipsters who wear beanies, which is interesting forum to try and make that point, as Russell pointed out in a tweet. I don't know if you have that, but that was pretty funny. But here she is.
Yeah, like you're going on the show of a middle-aged man who's still wearing a hipster beanie to argue that the people voting for Mamdani are privileged, wealthy hipsters.
Yeah, kind of interesting. So here's Batya Ungar Sargon crying about Zoran's poser faux working class base.
Were Muslims, South Asian. So his constituencies were Muslims, South Asians, and then these 20 to 30 something overeducated, over-credentialed, downwardly mobile hipsters in Bushwick and Brooklyn who think they're the working class because they failed to get like amazing jobs and have student loans.
Like you're literally talking to a guy who's wearing a flannel with a beanie.
Yeah.
Literally.
Yeah, who makes millions of dollars a year sitting on his ass in talking into a microphone.
Who has been busted taking money from foreign companies without disclosing it. Who has been busted taking meetings with Netanyahu without telling his audience.
Yes.
From getting, degree upon degree upon degree. They have enormous contempt for labor. And as a result, they want things from the government, despite him being like the most privileged people on planet Earth. And Mamdani is their avatar. This is a guy who's like a total Nepo baby, never worked a day in his life.
As opposed to Andrew Cuomo, who was not a total Nepo baby. Guy whose father is party royalty and former governor of the state.
Who's like a total Nepo baby, never worked a day in his life, lives off his parents, but makes it seem cool, right? Like it's cool to like live off your parents, be a total failure if you can make great content for social. They don't actually want him to do any of this stuff. They would never dream of shopping in an Aldi. Forget about a free supermarket. These are people who spend $12 on a cold brew. Okay, Tim, it's all one big virtue signal. They feel like the government should pay them to make their shitty podcasts, and this is just a protest vote for them.
It's really too bad Taibbi is married, because
yeah,
these two would hit it off famously.
They would hit it off. I love the shitty podcast line at the end, like as if you couldn't get less self-aware. You're talking to a guy in flannel and a beanie who does a shitty podcast and makes way too much money. She throws that in at the end. Okay, so you see what she's saying there. What she's saying there is that Zohran Mamdani's base are these downwardly mobile, overprivileged hipsters who actually have contempt for labor and who live off their parents and don't actually plan to shop at the city-run grocery store or take the free bus. And she acts as if that's really Mamdani's coalition. Well, as you can see, Mamdani's coalition, and this was borne out in the numbers. Okay, so this is based on polling, but as we could see, the polls were pretty accurate in terms of Mamdani's support. They were less accurate in terms of Cuomo's support because Sliwa collapsed and Cuomo swooped a lot of those votes in. But in terms of Mamdani's support, the polls that had him leading were pretty spot on. So Jeremiah Johnson, the liberal, says incredibly interesting crosstabs. Cuomo is relatively stronger with native New Yorkers, low income, and people who live in public rent-controlled units. Mamdani does relatively better with transplants, the rich, and market rate renters. The key word there is relatively, because when you look at the actual numbers, Mamdani wins everybody. He wins everybody. So what Batya is saying there is that, well, his base are the overprivileged hipsters. No, his base are fucking everybody. Look at that demographic spread there. Cuomo is winning more Sliwa, rather, is winning more demographic groups than Andrew Cuomo. The only groups that Cuomo is winning, and he's winning by very little, are older people, 55 to 64 and 65 plus. Staten Island, not a surprise at all. And if you look on the right column, Cuomo +4, about halfway down, people who live in subsidized or public housing, not rent stabilized or rent controlled. Mamdani crushes +41 in rent stabilized, +26 in rent +13 in rent controlled.
And by the way, rent stabilized is who would have their rent frozen.
Right.
So,
exactly.
No surprise.
That's where the rent freeze would happen. Now, subsidized public, we talked about this earlier in the stream. It makes sense that a lot of those would be intended to vote for Cuomo because Donald Trump, the federal government provides funding for a lot of the public housing. So if Donald Trump is threatening to cut off the funding for New York City, if Mamdani wins, it stands to reason that a lot of people who live in public housing would be terrorized into voting for Cuomo so that Trump doesn't pull the plug on the housing funds. But if you look, Mamdani crushed with everybody. So this idea, well, he was relatively, he's relatively strong with the transplants as opposed to the native New Yorkers. Okay, well, what does that mean? What does that mean? He still won native New Yorkers by 8 points, meaning native New Yorkers still voted for him.
Right.
He still won, according to these polls. We don't know what the final number is, but these are the polls. He won among Jews, 35 to 33 to 23. So this idea, so she is clearly just cherry picking to
Black,
to
Asian.
make a point. Yeah. He won with everybody. Black, Asian, like you could say he's stronger with the wannabe hipster white kids. Okay, fine, but it's not like he was losing with the other groups. He was just winning them by less.
I mean, his numbers are very strong.
His numbers are very strong
with Black and Latino voters.
Yes, amongst all of these groups. So what she's doing there is she's just trying. She's making a very Taibbi-like point nowadays, which is to just make a caricature of the Mamdani voter and act as if it was that cohort. And that cohort only that propelled him to victory, which is, of course, just nonsense on its face. You're talking about a city of 8 million people, right? There are a lot of hipsters in Brooklyn. There aren't enough hipsters in Brooklyn to win a citywide race. You're talking about a city of 8.5 million, which means you need a coalition like the one he built. And if you look at the numbers and divide it up just about any way you slice it, Mamdani wins. Mamdani wins. The only cohort Cuomo won was the elderly, and those in public housing who were terrified that the funds are going to be cut by Trump if Mamdani wins. And even those, Cuomo won by low single digits. So
Right.
it was a broad coalition of just about every group you could think of. But she wants to oversimplify because that's her brand. Anything she doesn't like is elite, virtue signaling, woke. It's all just nonsense. It's just bullshit.
Yeah, that's her brand. And Taibbi has had a frontal lobotomy. I'm becoming increasingly convinced somebody snuck into his room with an ice pick and gave him one of those orbital floor lobotomies, because he wrote an article that was very much
Like
in that
yeah.
direction. It was pretty much exactly that. Okay, so these are words that will probably never come out of my mouth again. Batya is right about something. We have said from the beginning with Mamdani that a lot of his coalition were Hillbots 10 years ago. Like, not literally. A lot of the younger ones would have been too young to vote at that time, but they were the same types that the Sanders people were fighting against. You know, children of PMCs with good educations from good homes, predominantly white. What she's identifying are the fact that that group, which has tended to go for the establishment Democrats, they've tended to take their cues from MSNBC and Rachel Maddow. They kicked the fence out, and now they are going in this direction. Now, basically, that old Sanders coalition has won over a sizable portion of the demographic that had been a reliable bulwark against any kind of insurgency for the establishment Democrats. All Maddow had to do was go on there and tell them what to do, and people of this class pretty much tended to do it. Now, what Batya and Taibbi are not going to tell you is why. They're going to make it out that this is some perverse, decadent thing, that they're doing great, that they won't go to these free grocery stores. They're, with the suggestion being they're not going to need them. Well, corporate giants Amazon, UPS, and Target each announced layoffs in recent weeks, totaling more than 60,000 job cuts this year. In the absence of the Bureau of Labor Statistics monthly job report, the layoff announcements have raised questions about the strength of the labor market and if it's the start of an AI-driven white-collar recession. While some companies investing in artificial intelligence are looking to cut costs elsewhere, the layoffs are more likely signal concerns about the economy and a slowdown in consumer spending, according to experts. Okay, so there's some debate about whether it's being driven by AI, although if you listen to a lot of these CEOs, a lot of times these people are such tone-deaf, narcissistic psychopaths, they're giddy in interviews about the fact that AI is going to allow them to cut their workforce. So yes, do you have a class of people, as you say, not enough to swing an election in New York City, which has a very broad coalition of people you need to win over, especially to win over 50% as he did. But is part of that coalition a group that traditionally would be voting for the Cuomo, for the establishment candidate in the race? Are these the kind of people that we were fighting with 10 years ago in the Sanders campaign? Yes, they are. What Batya and Taibbi cannot wrap their heads around, don't want to wrap their heads around. I think in the case of Taibbi, he's just lost. In the case of Batya, as you say, it's her brand. Yeah, they're breaking out the fence because the system is collapsing. It's collapsing to the point that now it's coming for them. Now they're starting to experience the economic dislocation, the fear of not having a future that blue-collar people have experienced since NAFTA. This is their NAFTA. Now
Right,
the AI is coming for them. It's coming for their jobs. So yes, you're right that there is this hipster white coalition moving towards socialism. They're not moving towards socialism because they like the fashion, because they saw a beret and they decided they looked cute in it. That's not why. they're shifting that way because the system that used to work for them, which allowed them and me and you and many of our viewers argued with very much these type of people 10 years ago. Oh, the arc of the universe bends towards justice. It's incremental. It's slow. It's messy. It's politics. You got to vote for Hillary. Blah, 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 blah. Same fucking people. Now they can't make that argument anymore because the wolf is at their door. There's a reason for it. And the reason is not fashion. It's economic.
Right. Yeah. Elite over production. Right.
Yes.
That has been a huge factor here. And that was really a huge factor in the primary. Because in the primaries where you gotta really stand out in a crowded field. And I think that is a lot of what helped him accrue the momentum. I'll say a lot of it, not all of it. If you notice those videos he put out right after Election Day, almost a year ago to the day, where he went into these working class neighborhoods in the outer boroughs and asked mostly black and brown people why they voted for Trump, right? Like that wasn't an outreach to the downwardly mobile hipster,
right?
So like I mean look, the guy, and she's such a fucking low life, but the guy ran a brilliant campaign, and I think that is objectively true. That's objectively true, and I say objectively because
From
there are things about
to finish.
Right. And I say objectively because I think there are things about his campaign that we did not like. We did not like the fact that he brought in the DNC comms director. We didn't like the fact that he says he's going to keep Tish on, at the NYPD. We didn't like that he really didn't talk about Palestine much in the general election. He definitely maneuvered in order to win. But to the extent that is a skill set, I mean, he just executed perfectly to the point where they could never solve him. They never even put him back on his heels. They never made him vulnerable.
Yeah, he's smooth. He's smooth.
Yeah. I mean, they could not touch him. They just couldn't touch him. And that is, you have to give credit where it's due. The guy ran a fucking brilliant campaign, and to reduce it to these are just people who drink $12 cold brews or whatever. I mean, it's nonsense. It's nonsense.
Yes.
I mean, how can you even take that seriously? What a couple of clowns. All right. Let's do some super chats, and I guess we'll do Elon, and I guess that's the show, right? I guess once we do that Elon piece, that's pretty much it.
All right, we're gonna hold the Clooney thing. I mean,
we'll hold Clooney, and we'll hold some other stuff. I mean, we have a ton more to do, but it's already after 11. And we got to get these clips out, and it's going to take some editing actually, because a lot of them are like, I got to take a piece
jump
here,
around.
Here. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So let's take some Rumble rants and some super chats. Yes.
Okay.
By the way, Cool Blue, if you want to say here, let me bring Cool Blue on for a minute.
You know what I would like to know from Cool Blue? Who won Harlem?
Who won Harlem?
Who won Harlem? Because in the primary, Cuomo won it.
No, Mamdani won Harlem. Here, I'll bring you.
No, didn't he win? I thought he won in the primary.
No, I'm talking about tonight.
Oh,
yeah.
tonight.
So Mamdani, well, this was key to his success too, and this is why, like, look, this is another reason why, like, becoming the Democratic nominee means a lot, because there are a lot of, casual voters in the outer boroughs who are not tuned in enough to vote in a primary, but they'll just vote Democrat in the general.
Right.
And I think there are enough of them in Harlem and in the Bronx. Mamdani flipped the Bronx. So he lost the Bronx to Cuomo in the primary. He won the Bronx handily tonight. So, yeah, that's the borough breakdown. Brooklyn plus 20, Manhattan plus 10, Queens plus 5, Bronx, Mamdani plus 11. And then, Cool Blue, right? If you look at Harlem there, that's your slice right there,
I think
right?
Staten Island was basically where Cuomo won.
Yeah, Staten Island is the only place Cuomo won. But, Harlem,
71 in Harlem?
Yeah.
Wow. All right.
Morningside Heights, that's Columbia University, 73. Yeah. And then East Harlem, that is Spanish Harlem, 62-33. Yeah, the only neighborhoods Cuomo won were the Upper East Side.
Well, that's no surprise.
Yeah. Yep.
That's where old frat boys go to die.
That's right. That's right. Anyone Tribeca too, the financial district, Wall Street.
Yeah, there you go.
Battery Park City.
Yeah.
Everywhere else. Look at that. Chelsea. Yeah. What a showing. And then Williamsburg, Actually, he didn't win Williamsburg by that much. So but what is Bot even talking about? Williamsburg 60-35, Bed-Stuy.
Because that's the Hasids probably threw it off.
That's true. Yes, good point. The Hasids threw it made it a little tighter there. Yeah, Bushwick. Okay, yeah, Bushwick is big hipster territory, 82-15.
Yeah.
East Williamsburg, 82-14. Greenpoint. Yeah, okay, so there you go. Well, yeah, just an unbelievable showing. So while we're here, while we got Cool Blue, we'll just go through some of this. And round of applause for Cool Blue tonight. Thank you, Cool Blue, so
Again,
much.
thank you, gentlemen, for welcoming me, and thank you to everybody who has been tuned in and appreciates what you folks are doing and any input that I could help give.
No, you're amazing, man. You're always great. And give Cool Blue a follow on X, at CoolBlue71. So Cool Blue, before we let you go, this to me was the most surprising of the night. To me, the other races were kind of like within expectations. I did not see it coming that Cheryl would win by this much. I mean, that is utterly dominant. What did you have her by 6? I mean, she blew the polls out.
Well, 4 years ago, that was for Phil Murphy reelected by 3.22 percentage points. So the Democrats should be having New Jersey by this level of a margin, even higher than Virginia, really, because it's a state that has voted the same as Illinois for U.S. president every election since 1892 minus 1948. Sure. And Illinois is about 12 to 15 points more Democratic versus the country. And New Jersey is pretty much one state or maybe 2 below that. So this sounds about right for Mikey Sherrill that it should be that high. But I'm also looking at some of these exit polls, like the gender vote. Those numbers are going to have to be tweaked because some of them are still suggesting she wins by like 7 or 8 points. So those numbers will get tweaked if she wins statewide by this 12.6.
Yeah, I mean, more than 95% are in, and she's at 56-43. And yeah, no, you're right about New Jersey generally, but Trump made big inroads in New Jersey. He only lost New Jersey by like 5 points. That's largely a function of Kamala just sucking, but it's also, I think, a function of the fact that Trump had a relatively diverse coalition last time. And it seems like, I mean, the non-white vote just went overwhelmingly blue tonight everywhere.
He showed up in the state, made his presence, and
he did. Yep,
and
big rally.
That really helped eat away the numbers Democrats could hold. Because you look at your state, New York. New York is usually right around the number 6 best state for Democrats when you look at the list of their best performed states. Well, for Kamala Harris, it was number 11. And that's with the help of what was going on in that election and Trump at least showing up and eating into some of these numbers, raw vote margins, percentage points margins. It can be a help just showing up.
Indeed. All right, Cool Blue. Thank you so much for your time tonight. Feel free to hang out back there and watch the rest of the show. But I think your work tonight is done. Great job as always.
Thank you very much.
All right. Round of applause for Cool Blue in the chat, everybody. What a jolly good fellow.
All right. So we're doing chats. We're doing a little Elon thing.
Yep.
What are we doing?
And that's the show. So we're going to do chats and then we'll do Elon.
All right. Jeff Valentine. It may be time to play the Dissidents Boogie Woogie. Yeah, we'll play it every show, man. Dave Santucci. Not to rain on the parade, but get ready for the false flag anti-Semitic attacks. Look, I swear to God, man, the fact that I'm leaving right before he takes office and not coming back for like 4 months, I definitely have visions of coming back to like a smoking city, you know, just smoke coming off the buildings as I'm flying in. Hopefully not. Don McCarthy. Did you all hear Mondani call to prayer? Which way is Mecca? Yeah. I don't know, sadly. I don't know. Well, I guess it would be East, right? Yes. Zach Howard. Damn phone kept auto-correcting Mamdani. LOL.
That's why nobody can get his name right.
Yeah, see, the AI hasn't caught up with it
yet.
Yeah. Damn. Oh. Oops. Latest Jimmy call with Kash Patel was classic.
Yeah, they're so good. They're so good. McRae has him down so good. They're so funny. Yeah, I rewatched the last one. I caught it live, but I watched it again. It's so fun. He just has the essence of him down. So good. It was great. Really good.
BDF. Zoran's mom directed the Indian movie Solemn Bombay. Now it is Solemn New York. Yeah, they're gonna have to do a sequel now.
Yeah.
Gulnara Marquez, super sticker. Thank you.
Thank you.
Paul Chu. I realized the other day that Scott Bessent looks like Geoff Peterson, the skeleton sidekick from the Craig Ferguson show, but with less life. You know, I've never seen that. I don't know. Sparky. It wasn't too long ago, NYC had a communist mayor, and it survived. Your boy Bill, he wasn't a communist. No matter how well Mamdani does, it's worth it to stick it to the Zionists. I mean, it really is. That's kind of been our take.
Oh, yeah.
Ava, session 7, batshit unter Fräulein's finger pointing back at herself. Hells yeah. Do you want me to go through all of them or say?
No, we can leave those. We can leave the rest for when we sign off. Any news on how Shama did? Stay cool and humble. Well, Shama's running next year. She's running for Congress. That's federal race. So her primary is not till the summer. She has plenty of time. Yeah. She was not running. She was not in tonight. Thank you for that. All right. I'm going to take these Rumble rants after this next segment because we do have, because we stayed on late and California's polls are closed, we may as well break this. California passes Prop 50, which is to rewrite their congressional maps to get back some of the seats that Texas is going to take. So that's not a surprise whatsoever. I could have told you that, but we can make that official right now. Since we stayed up late enough for the news to officially break. All right.
FAFO.
Yeah.
Like what did you think? Once you open that door, the blue states aren't gonna then better just not to do it, but they don't think that way.
No, and if these results are any fucking predictor of things, they could get bitten in the ass. Like whenever you redraw the lines on the map, you risk fumbling the ball because you're taking the incumbency advantage away from some of your candidates.
Right.
So who knows? I mean, if tonight's results are an indicator, you're going to have a blue surge, which means that it could bite you in the ass in Texas. You could lose a couple of those seats.
Right. Like you could have a super majority kind of surge.
Right. Right. Exactly.
All right. So Elon, with his dedication to honesty and truthfulness, tweeted this out. Given that he's on the ballot twice, maybe he can win twice too. So he shows a picture of the ballot, and this is the level of not only dishonesty, but absolute lack of respect for everyone who follows him that he has. He just assumes people are so stupid that they are not going to notice that Curtis Sliwa is also on the ballot twice. So in New York, you can run on multiple party lines. So usually the Working Families Party will wind up giving the endorsement to the Democrat. So Mamdani is on the Democratic Party line and he's on the Working Families line. Now, part of the way this works, you can't vote for him twice. If you want to support the Working Family Party, you vote for him on that line instead of the Democratic line. Curtis Sliwa is usually the Republican, will be on the Republican line and on the conservative line.
Right.
Curtis Sliwa is on the Republican line and the Protect Animals line. New York is very strange where you can start a party very easily here. So you get all these crazy parties. The rent is too damn high party. Like there's all kinds of stuff like that here. And Eric Adams, that's the other conspiracy, is on the ballot. He dropped out a few weeks before the race. They can't all of a sudden reprint all the ballots. That's why he's still on there. Maybe Trump should have made him a better offer earlier if they didn't want him to be on the ballot. And of course, Gunther Eagleman and the 17 Nigerians who run that account. WTF is happening? WTF is happening?
Nothing is happening. It's completely normal. Happens every time.
Yep. Armani XP. Here, Gunter, if this doesn't make sense for you, you can ask ChatGPT to explain it like you're a 10-year-old. Mamdani is on the ballot twice because he was endorsed by both Democrats and working families. Sliwa is also there twice due to being endorsed by both Republicans and Protect Animals. Eric Adams is still on the ballot due to him dropping out after the ballot printing deadline. Yeah, no horrible conspiracy, but this is yet another example of what these guys are doing, man. What these guys are doing. Like, you want to talk about, they love to use the term enemy of the people. What is Elon Musk if not a fucking enemy of the people? What is a guy who, come on, man, like, if you believe he's not stupid enough not to understand how that ballot is laid out, and I believe that. I think most people would concede he's not that stupid. What are you doing? What are you doing? He just wants to sow chaos, man. He just wants to sow chaos for what? So that he doesn't have to pay any taxes. He keeps getting his government contracts. And you don't ever ask why New York State paid $1 billion to build a factory that they lost hundreds of millions of dollars on that never delivered what he promised. He does not want you talking about that. He wants to lie to you about the ballot so that you'll believe there's some conspiracy that elected Mamdani instead of it being a rebuke against people like him. If that's not an enemy of the people, what is? Rooting for Elon Musk is like rooting for Elon Potter, and it's a wonder. Rooting for Elon Potter, Mr.
Yeah.
Potter, and It's a Wonderful Life. You listen to me, Elon Potter.
Yeah.
There's no place for you in this town.
Yeah. No, he kept tweeting about this too. He says the New York City ballot form is a scam. No ID is required. Other mayoral candidates appear twice. Cuomo's name is last in bottom right. I mean, I do think he is intentionally sowing chaos, but I think there's a decent chance he might actually be dumb enough. He's not a smart guy. He's a very mediocre guy. He's a savant. He has a certain set of skills and talents that happen to be very marketable at the time when he hit his prime earnings years, but he's really kind of a fucking imbecile. And so I don't know that he doesn't know this. I mean, and this to me is the biggest story here is the reach that this bullshit gets. 21.4 million views.
Right. Well,
like,
that's why he bought the platform.
Total nonsense spreads so quickly on this platform. And you know what? Yeah, Andrew Cuomo's name is on the bottom right. You know, third parties do get screwed a lot of ways. That's why maybe Andrew Cuomo should have won the fucking primary.
Right.
I mean, that's what happens when you lose.
Right.
You eat shit. And Zoran's name is what? Top of it, row A. Boom. That's prime real estate. You know how you get prime real estate? By winning.
By winning. That's for closers.
Right.
Top left is for closers.
Top left is for closers only. That's right.
That is a result. Yeah, he's running as an independent. The Republicans and the Democrats always appear on the top line. It's not a conspiracy against Cuomo. He's an independent candidate, and the two parties, frankly, have rigged the system in a way that in this case worked against the establishment's preferred candidate. That's what you call karma, baby.
Right.
Karma's a bitch.
Karma's a bitch. That's what happens. But it's so transparent. I mean, so obvious. Yeah.
And as someone who votes in New York on the no ID thing, yeah, you don't need ID, but you do have to sign your signature. And it's not like you could come back and vote again.
No.
They have a voter roll. They check your name and address against the voter roll. You sign, and they give you your ballot. Like, how would you? What is there that would allow you to rig that system? Like, how would you cheat? Like, you can't vote a second time.
You can't vote a second time. So even if there are people who are going to like risk substantial prison time to like impersonate Keaton Weiss and go and tell the pollster, I'm Keaton Weiss. Here's Keaton Weiss's address. They let that guy vote as Keaton Weiss, right? Like,
there's still only one Keaton Weiss.
There's still only one Keaton Weiss on the roll, right? Exactly.
Like what? We're gonna get Trent de Aragua is gonna go beat the shit out of a bunch of New York voters and pose as them, and vote. Like, what do you think's gonna happen?
Yeah. What do you think that person's running around to 50 different ballots? Like, it's the whole idea of that is just so absurd. I mean, if you get like, think about the risk reward. Like, what are you going to do? You're going to vote 20 times. So you're going to cast 20 votes in a city of 8 million where there's 2 million votes and have statistically zero chance of influencing the outcome. And if you get caught doing it, you're going to go to fucking prison.
And
like,
they
it
also
doesn't
have
make
a
any
record
sense.
of your signature.
Right. Right. They have a
Like, you
record
have
of
to
your signature
sign.
as well. Right. You sign for it as well. Yeah. Yeah. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. But that is the speed at which bullshit spreads on X. And that's the perfect kind of thing. I mean, this is why, like, you have to marvel at just how stupid people are and how susceptible they are to this nonsense on X, where that passes as news. That's like, wow, do you see that Mamdani's name is at the top of the ballot and Cuomo's is at the bottom and Mamdani's on twice? Yeah, the Democrat's name is always on twice. The working family's always endorses the Democrat. The Conservative Party always endorses the Republicans. There's absolutely nothing. It's a complete non-story. And it wasn't just Elon. It was Polymarket, too, who ran that as like breaking news. Breaking news. Oh, yeah. Breaking news. Nothing out of the ordinary has happened.
Well, this is how stupid they think you are. And in a lot of cases, they're right, unfortunately.
Yeah, that is true. All right. Let's see here. The People Infinite. That'd be funny if Fox and the like just doubled down and played Indian music during Mamdani's speech, as well as clips of RRR and 80s terrorists from Rambo. I'd be at home being this is what I voted for. LOL. Dostoevsky, thanks for the $20. It's very kind of you. Trump or Mamdani were a real threat. These elections are rage release valves. Keep the rage, find solidarity, and use those Zionist tears to shut shit down. All the labor stood up and shouted. Thank you, Dostoevsky. I guess we won't hear about Prop 50 here in California for a few more hours. No, I got you. Only 7:50 p.m. out here now. Please no on 50. Why no on 50? Why are you adamant that there should be no on 50? That's an interesting position. I don't think they should vote no on 50.
Not me neither.
No, I mean, fuck it. Like, you know,
I mean, there should just be no gerrymandering.
There should be no
that would be
gerrymandering,
nice.
but like, you can't just
That's
like
an idea.
unilaterally disarm. If they're going to do that, then yeah, you have a responsibility to do that. I think Lizzie looks like a light bulb combined with the scream. Also, yeah, please check out The Fourth Turning by Neil Howe. Thanks, D.T. Kennedy. Appreciate that.
I keep meaning to get around to that. It's definitely my kind of thing. Like, those kind of macro analysis tend to appeal to me. Like Peter Turchin, like that kind of thing.
Monkey Rotary says, good job, Cool Blue. Next election, I'll make bets on your info. There you go. E.O. Shush says, Batyangar Sargon's father was a neurologist who was an instructor at Harvard. Matt Taibbi's dad worked for NBC News for decades, but they act like they came from the dirt. Well, to Taibbi's credit, he doesn't act like that. He acknowledges
he
that
talks about that.
Yeah. He went to Bard College, which is where my brother went. My brother went to Bard College. Bard College is a very rich kid school. My brother got in on a SUNY scholarship, so he paid the SUNY tuition to go to Bard. So he's like by far the dirt brokest kid there. And I didn't grow up poor. We were like middle class, but very poor compared to them. Like, you go to parties and like people, the conversations will be like, so what was it like last time you were in Venice? Not like when you were in Venice, but what was it like when you were last in Venice, as opposed to the time before that? You're like, my brother's like, I've been to about Disney World, and that's about it.
Yeah.
You know, so a little hard fit again.
Yeah, no, even in his completely batshit Mamdani article, that was part of how he framed it. Oh, no, that was actually his Plattner article. He said, I know as a kid who went to one of these schools, the Plattner, the school he went to, him playing working class, ridiculous, which could very well be true. I've been meaning to follow up on that. Like, at this point, I don't consider Taibbi a reliable source of information. So I'd have to follow up on that. But would that surprise me at all? You also have, what's her name? Zainab Day? What's her name?
Zainab Day, yeah.
Zainab Day did a whole article basically saying, he's a stalking horse for the Democratic Party establishment. This guy's not shit. He's basically faking his, working class authenticity. So yeah, man, I mean, that could be true. Like, it wouldn't surprise me at all.
Yeah, no, wouldn't surprise me. Okay. Let's see here. I caught this. So Kinky said, because we have an independent panel, we worked decades to achieve in place a citizen panel not tied to the political moment. Okay, I mean, look, I respect that, but don't you have to make decisions based on the political moment as well? Like the political moment now is the Republicans are going to try and carve out like 30 seats so that they can't be caught, so that they can't be beaten. Like if
Right.
that's the
That
political
what
moment, then don't you have a responsibility as the opposition party? And I know you're not a Democrat, but I'm saying from their perspective, do they not have the the responsibility as the opposition party to make up some of those seats, right? Like, I mean, I understand what you're saying. Like, I think that
Yeah,
is
they
respectable
forced
in
the position.
principle. Yeah,
What
I think that's
what was
respectable
it?
in
Wasn't that
principle, but they kind of
Schwarzenegger?
forced your hand. Yeah.
That was Schwarzenegger put that in place, didn't he?
Yeah. So not tied to political moment, not fair to Republicans. Well, the Republicans can fucking eat shit. I mean, they're doing a mid-decade redistricting. Like they're the ones who are breaking the contract there. Like
Right.
not fair to Republicans, like cry me a river.
Yeah.
They're the ones who are violating the norm there. So at that point, I
Yeah,
think
that's
they
why
have a
you don't do that.
responsibility. Right. That's why you don't do that. Like that's what I would say to
Like
that.
what once you open that door, everyone's going to do it.
Right.
It's
Like
retarded. Like it's just retarded that they even did that.
right. Like they're doing well because they feel like they control more state legislatures and more state houses, so they can carve shit up even more. And if the Supreme Court gives them the green light to basically gut the Voting Rights Act, so now they can start, redistricting, not with the racial composition, as a factor. They could do even more. So yeah, I mean, they will do even more. So I mean, if the Republicans want to be treated fairly, they can move to one of the half a dozen states who are doing this same thing just as unfairly on the Republicans' behalf.
Right.
Like what
There
the
you go.
Republicans are doing in Texas is not unfair. Of course of course it's unfair. Of course it's unfair to slice up the map between censuses. Censi, whatever the fuck you call it. What's the plural of a census? I don't know. But yeah, I mean that they just like their
They
hand
could
was
just say
forced.
censuses.
Yeah. Yeah. Like their hand was clearly forced, in my opinion. I mean, I get what you're saying. I mean, ideally, yes, you'd be right. But these are not ideal times, in my opinion. Okay. Why don't you take some super chats, and then when you're done with that, we're gonna do the Patreon scroll before we sign off.
All right. SBZP5KN. Did you press charges against Rappaport? Would be nice to see that bigoted asshole face some consequences. Also, congrats for not having Cuomo as mayor. That would have been rough, man. That would have been rough.
Yeah, that would have been.
As funny as it sounds, it's a very simple thing. To a large extent, elections do come down to who people want to spend that kind of time with, because they're going to be on your TV a lot if you elect them, man. And Cuomo definitely did not read as a guy you'd want to be dealing with for the next 4 years on your TV.
Right.
Buster Blueson. Speaking of Zionist tears, Texas Senate race, Huffman is trailing Remit and Wabsgans. I don't know anything about that one. Do you, Keaton?
No.
Yeah, it's out of our wheelhouse, man. Charles Gracia. Tell Elon Musk to go to Africa. That would be a switch, huh?
Yeah.
Tell the white supremacists to go back to Africa. Oops, I meant tell Elon to go back to Africa. Yeah, we got you. Axel Strife. Everything is a conspiracy to these people who don't know their ass from a hole in the ground. Yeah, because they need some explanation other than people like Elon are ruining my life, and I have absolutely no idea what to do about that. That's why these conspiracy. Oh, it's the ballot. It's the
right.
Chick Torres. I voted no because I vote independent. If a candidate they don't like wins, they can gerrymander their district away like they did to Kucinich. Yeah, man. I mean, it's not ideal. There should be no gerrymandering, but it's like, well, Texas went nuclear. That's why you don't go nuclear, because then everybody else has to go nuclear. That's it. They open that door. What are you going to do? Tell other people, well, just let the Republicans enshrine a permanent majority gosh darn it, we have a panel.
Right. Exactly. Like that to me is just not sensible.
I guess there's a victory speech happening now.
Oh, is there?
Somebody's saying it in the chat.
All right, folks. Well, hey, if you like what we're doing here, you can support the show by going to any one of these member platforms, dudissidents.com/Patreon/Substack or /locals. If you could sign up for as little as $5 a month and get access to all kinds of perks, including bonus content, a film club once a month. We also do supporter extended streams that we do post games and Q&As. We do Q&As every Sunday night after the main show over on Rumble. You get call-in access to those. You also get ad-free replays of every live stream emailed to you the day after they air on the public airwaves. What's that?
Do we want it?
Yeah, just give me a second. We'll go into the speech. What is he speaking now?
Yep.
Oh, all right, cool. So yeah, those are the perks. If you would like to sign up, please go to any one of those member platforms, dudissidents.com/Patreon/Substack or /locals. All right, we will cut in. I'm going to cut the member scroll a little bit short tonight. Apologize to people K through Z. We'll get you next time. But we're going to go into the speech here. Go ahead.
And too many among us have turned to the right
for
answers to why they've been left
Yeah,
behind.
hang on. Yeah, hang on a second.
We will leave mediocrity in
Yeah.
our past. No longer will we have to open a history book for proof that Democrats can dare to be great. Our greatness will be anything but abstract. It will be felt by every rent-stabilized tenant who wakes up on the first of every month, knowing the amount they're going to pay hasn't soared since the month before. It will be felt by each grandparent who can afford to stay in the home they have worked for, and whose grandchildren live nearby because the cost of childcare didn't send them to Long Island. It will be felt by the single mother who is safe on her commute and whose bus runs fast enough that she doesn't have to rush school drop-off to make it to work on time. And it will be felt when New Yorkers open their newspapers in the morning and read headlines of success, not scandal.
Yeah, let me switch it to
It will be felt by each New Yorker
switch
when
it
the
to
city
mine
they
there.
love finally loves. Whose grandchildren live nearby because the cost
Let's see, then fucking Bloomberg.
didn't send them to Long Island. It will be felt by the single mother who is safe on her commute.
I'm surprised
and whose
Bloomberg is
bus
airing this.
runs fast enough that she doesn't have to
They should be
rush
showing
school
Seinfeld
drop-off
reruns.
to make it to work on time. And it will be felt when New Yorkers open their newspapers in the morning and read headlines of success, not scandal. Most of all, it will be felt by each New Yorker when the city they love finally loves them back. Together, New York, we're going to freeze the... Together, New York, we're going to make buses fast and... Together, New York, we're going to deliver universal... Let the words we've spoken together, the dreams we've dreamt together, become the agenda we deliver together. New York, this power, it's yours. This city belongs to you. Thank you.
Yep, there you go. All right, well, we caught the tail end. That was about what I expected.
I think he kept it short and sweet.
Okay. All right. Looks like there's some Middle Eastern music he was playing there. That's good. There you go. it's a virtue signal. That's what she's doing. What is he doing?
He's telling you don't belong.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Exactly.
Kuznetsky Bassane, great show. Go Zoran. Thank you, my friend.
Yep. Indeed. All right, let's see here. Monkey Rotary says one of Jimmy's guests says Texas was not violating the law like Cali. Yeah, I'll have to look into that. I would say that obviously the Texas redistricting is done to box, 5 Democrats out of their seats. So you have to look at what is the intent behind it, right? Like that's clearly the intent. And so as the opposition party, you have a responsibility to retaliate. If you don't, they'll do that everywhere. They'll do that everywhere.
Exactly.
And you can't win. So I don't know what this is. It's not fair to Republicans. So Republicans redrawing maps to make it impossible for Democrats to win.
Right.
That is fair.
Yeah, I don't even understand that
Like
argument.
I don't even understand the argument.
Right.
I don't even understand the argument. Unless your argument is just,
two wrongs don't make a right.
Democrats suck, and so fuck them. Who cares what happens?
Yeah.
But then what you're doing is you're just giving one party a blank check to just abuse the system as much as possible.
Exactly.
And they have a responsibility not to do that. That to me is fairly obvious. It's fairly obvious. And no, I mean you're right. Like it's not fair. But luckily there are about a half a dozen states now who are doing that. Who are doing unfair things like redrawing the maps between census on the Republicans' behalf. So if you want to be treated more fairly, then you can move to one of those states. That's all. Seems pretty obvious. Okay, what else we got here? Is that all for our Rumble rants? I think that's all. Let me see if
we just got Virtuoso got one last one in. The rent is too damn high, to quote former candidate New York State Governor Jimmy McMillan.
There you go. Nice. All right. That is our show. I believe that is all we got for you guys tonight. Well, what an evening. What an evening. That was really quite something. Not unexpected necessarily. But I would say the Democrats I would say slightly outperformed expectations.
They crushed everywhere, especially Cheryl up there. Like
they crushed everywhere. I mean, in Jersey, for that to be a 13-point race,
an untalented, corrupt,
candidate
like
cretin,
that, without in a bad pantsuit, crushed that guy. In spite of all of Jack Posobiec's closeted efforts.
Yeah, like a fucking like someone as corrupt as Nancy Pelosi. As uncharismatic as Dick Cheney, with not the name ID of half of them. For her to win 13-point victory against the guy who did run in the past, like Chitterelli, I think came within 3 points of Murphy. Now, granted, that was a different scenario. That was Democrats were the in party, Republicans had the momentum in the off year, but still to go from down 3 to down 13.
Yep.
They almost tripled their margin because Kamala won by 5 and they won by 3. I mean, that was a huge
This
blowout.
administration is such a collection of fucking off-putting freaks. They wore out their welcome in less than a year.
Yep. I mean, that's how to read that. That is how to read that. Appreciate that. Kinky says, great show, you guys. Thanks, Kinky. Great show. Great, everybody. Great show. Cheers. Yes, cheers, everybody. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate you all very much. We obviously want to thank Cool Blue for helping us out in the booth. That was
Don't say that in Jersey. They'll get very upset.
Yeah, they'll get very, very upset about that. All right, folks. Well, hey, we are off tomorrow. We will be back on Thursday with our friend Caleb Maupin. So that'll be a cool, fun episode. We will talk about these election results with him, and we'll have more fallout and more headlines from the day. Appreciate you all. Thanks very much for being here. You guys are awesome. Thanks for staying up with us. We had a great crowd all night. Thanks to the YouTubers and the Rumblers and the mods for keeping the peace and the chat. Appreciate you all. As always, we'll see you back here Thursday at noon. Until then, be safe, be well. Welcome Islamic communism.
What? Which way's east?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Courage.
Please clap.